To get started. We won't start with the business until all of our commissioners are here, but I would like to call this meeting to order. Thank you for being here. It is 4:13. I am Dr. Charnel Hawkins, and I have the honor of serving as one of the commissioners for the New York State Community Commission for Reparation Remedies. I'd like to introduce, or have my colleague next to me, this commissioner, if he could please introduce himself.
Thank you. My name is Tim Hogues, and I am one of the commissioners that has the privilege to serve on this commission. And my other job is I am the commissioner of New York State Civil Service and the president of the New York State Civil Service Commission.
Thank you, Commissioner Hogues. We're going to just move around. We're going to get to the update on the work of the commission. So if we can prepare that PowerPoint, and I'll go through the PowerPoint and provide an update on the work of the commission. So for those that have not seen this PowerPoint is available online for you at ny.gov/reparations. You can use this to share with your colleagues or learn more about the commission in addition to viewing past meetings. So we'll go to the next slide.
So if the commissioners that are attending virtually can turn your cameras on, then that'll give the individuals here in Rochester the opportunity to see you. And then you can also take that time to introduce yourself. So Linda and Linda, if you are able to do that. If not, while they're trying to figure that out, we'll
go through the PowerPoint. When I see you come on, I will pause and make room for you. But we'll go to the next slide. Thank you. For all the folks handling the technology and getting our commissioners on that are downstate New York. So for some reason, I'm not seeing it change yet. All right, so we'll provide you a brief overview and context. We'll go to the next slide. And so most people don't know that slavery was introduced to New York City when the Dutch settled. And so it began with 11 African-American men in 1626 and 3 women in 1628. In addition to, I want to go to the next slide, because in 1711 there was a slave market at the foot of Wall Street. And most people don't know this. We're not going to go into you're going to get some history later on in the presentation, but you can view this PowerPoint here, but certainly wanted to make you aware of why this is important, because most people think in the North we weren't involved, but certainly there was active involvement in the slave trade right here in New York State. I see 2 commissioners on, and I'm going to pause for a moment, and I see Linda Tarrant-Reed, and I also see Jennifer Jones-Austin. So let me pause so that they can have an opportunity to introduce themselves, and if Linda Brown-Robinson can hear me, we just need you to turn your camera on. So Commissioner Tarrant-Reed.
Chair Hawkins?
Can you hear me?
I am able to hear you, Chair Hawkins. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, so if you can just go ahead and introduce yourself, Commissioner.
Yes, my apologies to all for not being able to be there in person. I had a New York City council commitment that kept me from being with you. I'm Jennifer Jones-Austin, and I am a commissioner, and I hail from Brooklyn, New York. Honored to serve on this commission.
Thank you.
And also serves as the treasurer on the executive committee, so thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Tarrant-Reed, can you hear us? If you can introduce yourself.
I am Commissioner Linda Tarrant-Reed, and I am honored to serve on this commission. I am the commission secretary, and I hail from Westchester County.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners, for the introduction, and we welcome you to this meeting. We're going to move to the next slide.
Excuse me, Chair. I think Linda Brown-Robinson would like to introduce herself.
Okay, by all means.
Yes.
So we can't hear her. So Commissioner Brown Robinson, if you can hear us, we need you to turn your camera on, and that will highlight you. All right. We're going to move on to the next slide. We are really proud that New York State is only the second state to establish a statewide effort to look at reparations and study its enduring harms. And so California, you all know, is the first, and we are the second. So it provides New York an opportunity to lend itself as a leader in this work. We'll go to the next slide. We know that there are federal efforts for reparations. That certainly is not part of this work, but want to acknowledge H.R. 40. If you want to learn more about H.R. 40, you can go to the PowerPoint and learn more. But we're going to go to the next slide. And provide you just a little bit of the history, and we want to thank Governor Hochul. She signed, and I want to just acknowledge that there are two staff. I know they are here, traveled to get here. I know one, he didn't travel too far from Rochester, but I want to acknowledge that we have two staff from Governor Hochul's office. If you could please stand, we are grateful to have you both here. Jacob and Shakira, we are thankful, Shakira Tent and Jacob Mahoney, we are thankful that you're here today.
Yeah, I can clap.
Yeah,
for
we
it.
can clap. This acknowledges the support of our governor, Kathy Hochul, so we are grateful. Also, we have the bill sponsor. So the New York State Senate bill is S-116-3A, and it was adopted in January 2023, and Governor Hochul signed it into law in December of 2023. Also, we have the bill sponsors are Senator James Sanders, Jr. of the 10th District in Queens, and Assemblymember Salages in the 22nd District, and she serves Long Island. So the commission was established, as we said, in December of 2023, and we were tasked with examining the legacy of slavery, the subsequent discrimination against people of African descent, and the impact of these forces that continue on presently today. And then our goal, our mission, is to comprise a report of the recommendations for the appropriate action to address these longstanding harms and inequities. And so we are charged with submitting a final report to the governor, of course, the president of the Senate, the Speaker of the Assembly, and the minority leaders of the Senate and Assembly no later than 1 year. So that would be from when our first meeting was in July of 2024. The commission has submitted to the governor and our respective legislative body that we are not ready to submit a report at the 1-year date and have asked for an extension. We need an extension to ensure that we submit to the governor and the legislative body a quality report. We are still collecting data. We are still staffing up with our staff. And we are very proud that we just hired an executive director who is here with us today, Dr. McKinney Chisholm-Straker. If you would just wave your arm so we can acknowledge you, and thank you for being here. We're proud that we were able to onboard her, and she began in January of 25. So acknowledging that there is still much work for us to do. We are still traveling around the state, and so we do need an extension, and we've requested one. We also are looking to you all as the community members to reach out to your elected officials, and I'm talking about your state and assembly, your Senate and Assembly, and remind them that how important this work is and that this commission needs an extension, if they could support an extension. I want to pause there and make sure that none of my colleagues have anything to say about that.
So once again, the colleagues that are virtual, we need for you to unmute your microphones and turn your cameras on so that we can bring you up. My understanding is that we have a couple more commissioners that are on. I believe Dr. Ron Daniels is on, and
Linda Brown Robinson.
I can hear you, Linda.
Well, we can't hear her. I think she has to turn her
Yes.
camera on. We can hear you, Dr. Daniels, we can hear you.
Dr. Daniels?
Yes, Chair, Linda Brown Robinson is in a setting where she cannot turn her camera on.
Okay. So I believe we do have Dr. Daniels. So if you'd like to introduce yourself, Dr. Daniels, and make any comments at this time.
Yes, apologies for getting through the technology to get on board. I was panicking, but I'm delighted to be a part of this hearing. I'm Dr. Ron Daniels. I'm president of the Institute of the Black World 21st Century and convener of the National African American Reparations Commission and co-convener of the Global Circle for Reparations and Healing. And I say I am particularly delighted to be in Rochester, New York for many, many reasons, not the least of which is in my work back in the day of the Jackson campaign, I had an opportunity to work with leaders there in Rochester. I hail essentially from a base in Youngstown, Ohio, and so I can recall a family, Lawrence, I forget now, I'm blanking on the last name, moving from Youngstown, Ohio, to set up a small church there in Rochester as
Reverend
well.
Florence.
And then finally, I'd just like to say that back in the day when we were involved in the Free South Africa movement, Rochester, of course, is synonymous with Polaroid, and Polaroid was one of the companies, unfortunately, we had to exact economic sanctions against. So very fond memories of Rochester, and of course, again, delighted to be a part of this hearing today.
Thank you, Commissioner Daniels. Commissioner Brown Robinson, if you just want to introduce yourself.
She is having challenges. This is Commissioner Jones Austin. I believe that her inability to be heard may have something to do with her not being able to turn on her calendar. I'm sorry, on her camera. She's in a location, as Commissioner Trent Reed pointed out, she's unable to put on, to come on camera. And that seems to be interfering with her ability to be heard by you all in the space in Rochester. We can hear her as commissioners virtually, but you all cannot hear her. But she attempted to introduce herself. She is a commissioner who I believe is in the Buffalo area.
Syracuse, she hears
Rochester, excuse me. I'm
Syracuse.
sorry, forgive me. Syracuse. So she's talking to us. You all can't hear us. She hails from Syracuse, and like everybody, every other commissioner is very much committed to being on this commission and to serving to the best of our abilities. And just leaning into what you said, Chair, about the timeline and our request for an extension to meet the mandate, if you will, under the legislation. This commission was given just a year to complete its work, and frankly, to be able to review and then assess the impact of slavery on New York State and all of the harms that pursued in the years, better than a century that followed, and then to begin to look at how we determine what reparations should look like for those who've been impacted here in New York. It requires more than a year. Let me add that the having to engage and work directly with New York State government and jump through, and I'm saying this, all of the hoops that attends, working with the bureaucracy, has delayed our efforts to get up and going. Despite our best efforts, we've all been engaged from day one and essentially doing all that we can to move this commission. But we've been challenged because of all of the requirements that attend for hirings, for vendor services, and the like. And so that is why we're requesting an extension. It has nothing to do with the commissioners and their abilities or with the time and attention that's been paid here. It has everything to do with all of the hoops through which we've had to jump, and the importance of doing this, doing it in a smart and thoughtful manner, and making sure that we dot all I's and cross all T's. And that's why we're seeking an extension.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones-Austin. For those that don't know who the commissioners are, their names are on the screen, and we look forward to you all coming or traveling with us. We will be in the Bronx next month, and we will be led by our Vice Chair, Dr. Deborah Jenkins, who apologizes for not being able to join us. She had a last-minute situation that did reared his head. And so we're going to move on. And so here are our core mandates, and I just want to make sure I read these to you, that we are to research economic, social, and political impact of slavery discrimination on Black New Yorkers from 1626 to present day. We are to determine who is eligible for reparations, hold public hearings like we're having today to gather community input, develop a comprehensive report outlining the harms and reparative measures, recommend policies, program, and restorative payments, and coordinate with local, state, and national stakeholders to ensure alignment with broader reparations initiatives. That is our core mandate. If you want to learn more about the commission, you already know this for those that are present. And our website is ny.gov/reparations. And also you can email if you don't have an opportunity or maybe you don't want to provide testimony in person today. You can email your testimony to reparationscommission@reparations.newyork.gov, or you can call in at 518-473-3997. That's 518-473-3997, and you can call in your testimony. So if you think of something at 1 a.m. in the morning, you can just pick up the phone and always leave a long voicemail to do that. Or you can attend a public meeting or a meeting. So this portion of our meeting is the business meeting. We are subject to open meeting law, and this is why we're having our meeting in front of you all today. And this is the first time we've met this month. Our last meeting was on February 15th. We met in Albany, New York. So our business meeting, just so you know, the primary focus is to take care of our internal business of the commission. We'll have internal discussion, so you'll witness that today. You'll witness our decision-making, our planning, voting on resolutions, and any policies or guidelines that we believe are necessary. In order for us to make any business decision, we have to have at least 5 commissioners present. And I know the secretary is on the phone, but Secretary, I would ask that you confirm that we have met quorum.
Yes, I confirm, Chair, that we have met quorum of 5 members of the commission. So we can proceed.
Thank you. And so at this time, we will prepare the business section of the meeting. The public hearing, I'll just go back really quickly before we begin the business, but the public hearing provides an opportunity for the community to share in their interest and lend their voice to providing testimony on topics related to the mission of the work of the New York State Community Commission for Reparation Remedies. And so we invite speakers, we have some education, but the community members are invited to provide their voice, and you'll learn later that you'll have 3 minutes to provide testimony. You'll find later that if you don't have enough time within the 3 minutes, you are welcome to submit your testimony that you prepared via email or call that number that that I shared earlier. Again, it's 518-473-3997. These meetings are always available online. It typically shows up about a week after the meeting, so you can view the meeting. If you heard something that was really interesting that you want to replay, you certainly can do that. If you have suggestions for us, or where we should be, or the work of the commission, we are open to that as well. So thank you for being here today, and we're going to move forward with our business meeting. And so with that, commissioners that are on the call, we need to approve the minutes from the December 16th meeting.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of the previous meeting.
I second the motion.
A motion has been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried. The meeting minutes from December 16th are approved. So with that, our next topic, we moved on, we finished it. I wanted to provide an update on the open positions, which didn't see that here. And so, a couple of positions that are, Commissioner Jones-Austin talked about the process. We've learned that it is certainly a long process when we're working under New York State guidelines. Our partnering body is the Office of General Services, OGS, and we are grateful for their leadership and how they've supported us. And so we have RFQs or RFPs out for several positions, which are operations manager, research historian, research and policy analysis firm, and audio-visual firm. And you can go to the website and you can learn more about open opportunities on the website. But these are the positions that are either in process or we're still accepting submissions for. You can learn more about that, again, on the website at newyork.gov/reparations. So with that, I'm going to move on to commissioner engagement. And so the topic is really to learn more about how we can establish some attendance guidelines. And so all of the commissioners should have received the attendance guidelines in their email packet, if you received one. But if there are, here's the proposed policy, and we wanted to make sure that there was some conversation and discussion about that.
And so I just wanted to take a moment to talk real briefly about the New York State process and the openings that Chair just referred to. And so working with the commission, you will not be an employee of the commission, but you will be a contracted figure. And so that's why, as one of the commissioners spoke earlier about the timeline and the length of time it takes for us to bring positions on and help on. And so if you are that person, or if you know of someone, or if you know of a firm that would be helpful and that could help us out in any of these positions, as the chair said, please go to the site, make sure that they have their paperwork in order, and submit. And so we have a review process where we look at all of those submittals and the criteria and go through that. And so when we get all these positions filled, that will help us to execute the work that we need to do more swiftly and more efficiently. So I just wanted to make that clear, that individuals that reach out for this are not employees of the commission or the state, but they contract with us.
Thank you, Commissioner. So back to the guidelines on attendance and participation for the New York State Community Commission on Reparation Remedies, and this is specific to the commissioners. There are some established guidelines that the executive committee shared with the other commissioners, and so we are submitting for guidance that there be an attendance policy. Part of the legislation requires that the commissioners be actively engaged in discussions and activities, and it makes it hard if commissioners are not attending meetings. And so here is guidance, and I want to be clear on the language on guidance, that we are asking that commissioners that miss 3 or more meetings, that we have some conversations about whether they should be removed from the commission, or what is the plan. Well, we don't want commissioners to miss more than 3 meetings. I'll pause there, and then we also, before I pause, I also want to share that we have some policies on remote attendance. So first, is there any discussion about how many meetings a commissioner should miss? We have several commissioners that may have missed a meeting or 2, and so let's have some discussion about that.
Well, I will jump right in. This is Commissioner Jones-Austin. I would suggest that if you're putting a number with respect to the number of meetings that a commissioner should miss or not, or has, how do I say this? The number not to exceed, that you've got to look at it in the context of how many meetings we are actually having as a commissioner body. And so, to suggest 3, that number without any context. If we are a body that is meeting, let's, for example, if the legislation is amended to provide that this is a 2-year commission, and if we consider commission meetings, are we talking about public meetings? Are we talking about public meetings and town halls? Are we talking about public meetings, town halls, and smaller meetings, no more than 3 or 4 persons? So I believe that we need to look at both the timing and as well as the number of meetings that we're actually talking about. And I think, again, we need to look at it as a guideline, because if the legislation itself does not provide for the commission itself to determine that other commission members will be removed, then what is our authority to do so? Uh, those things to me are critically important in terms of with respect to making a decision about other commission members. So again, what I'm talking, I think we first need to look at the length of this commission. We need to look at what types of meetings we are talking about. We need to look at the number of meetings about which we're talking. If we're talking about 3 meetings out of 10, we're talking about 3 meetings out of 5, we're talking about 3 meetings out of 20. I think those things are critical. Those factors are critically important. And then I think at all times we have to keep in mind that the legislation, as it is written, does not provide for the authority of commission members to remove other commission members.
Thank you. And so as I look at the document that was shared, I believe this is, it pertains to business meetings. And so when we talk about
Again, but again, keep in mind, if we're saying business meetings
no,
and we're
I
saying,
get that.
is it 3, yeah, I
I just
appreciate that.
wanted
I'm
to
just saying,
clarify that it wasn't open to all meetings. And, because you
good deal.
mentioned, yeah.
I appreciate that. But what I'm saying is, even so, is it 3 meetings out of 10? Is it 3 meetings out of 20? You know, and is it, again, is it a guideline? Is it a request that people make every effort? Is it a percentage of meetings? That's all I'm saying.
No, that's fair. I appreciate it.
Commissioner Tarrant Reed.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify a couple of things. For the business meetings, we need to have a quorum. And because we are a 9-member commission, a quorum is 5 commissioners present. So we have to really maintain a quorum at business meetings to get, our business done. For the public hearings, it's a little looser. It could be 2 commissioners, it could be 3 commissioners. This is an area where there is flexibility. The other thing we're wanting to establish is small meetings in communities that I do not believe have to have very strict, attendance criteria. My belief is that when we have a small group meeting, at least 1 or 2 commissioners are present to, maintain the integrity of our charge, and to be present for any information the small group may require. Again, I agree with Commissioner Jones-Lofton. We do not have the power as commissioners to, to have somebody taken off the commission. Each commissioner is appointed by a legislator, a government official. So we have no power to do that. What we can do is encourage our fellow commissioners to attend meetings, make sure they're in the loop, by giving them, if they miss a meeting, information about what they missed, and be available to answer questions that they might have.
And so thank you for that. And I think it might make sense for the chair to, unless there are other questions or comments on this section, I think it
Yeah,
might be.
I have my hands raised.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't see it. I apologize. Go ahead.
Commissioner Daniels.
Yes. I think the emphasis should be more on how do we facilitate and enable or make it, create the environment for people to be able to attend. For example, the doodle poll that was sent out by our executive director, I found to be extremely helpful, so I can predict what it is that I have to do. Early on, there was a suggestion that we establish a mutually agreeable time for the business meetings. So we would have a calendar. It could be the first or the third or whatever, I mean, so that we all know when the business meetings are going to be. And if we all mutually agree to it, it makes it easier for us to get a quorum. The other issue becomes, as I sort of indicated before, the separation of business meetings from public hearings, town hall meetings, and whatever. We're having another combined meeting today. So I think those things can be taken into account. And I think there is a tremendous amount of goodwill and intent for people to participate. I certainly am trying to, I really, really would love to be at everything physically. I'm regretting not being able to be there physically today. But at least if I know and can predict when the business meetings are going to be, if we have an agreement to that, then if something comes up, then I am not going to schedule another event or another event around something that we've mutually agreed to. So it's just a thought that, sometime a lot of organizations do that as a way of trying to make sure that they maximize the participation of their board members or their trustees or commissioners.
So Commissioner Daniels, are you suggesting that we separate the business meetings, go back to separating the business meeting and the public hearings?
Well, I sent a memo around to that effect that had a series of recommendations in it, and that was one of them. And, I didn't know whether the executive committee had an opportunity to review it and discuss it or whatever. Because I think that they should be separate. I know that's difficult because there's a lot of meetings we have to look at, but I think we should look at our calendar, pace ourselves with the understanding that we do have to get this work done. But to me, the business meetings ought to be separate and should not be combined, because we have a very long meeting today. With the length in and of itself is not the issue, but we will be reintroducing ourselves again when we get to the public hearing and things of that like that seem to me to be somewhat redundant. But I think functionally, it would be better if we separated them out. And of course, they're still public, so the public is still welcome to listen in and to comment and whatever. So yes, I did make that recommendation.
And I just want to follow up. Your email was shared with the executive committee, and I think I responded to it, as did Commissioner Jenkins. I do agree with you, Dr. Daniels, that it would be better if the business meetings are separated from the public hearings. I feel that we can get more done that way.
Thank you, Commissioner Taryn Reed. So we need to go back just to establish if there is a recommendation for a guideline on absences. And I know we talked about the number, and we're talking about the business meeting. So if we're establishing that we're going to have a cadence of a monthly business meeting, right now we have the timeline of July until we get confirmation of of an extension. We need to operate in that fashion, that we're still moving forward with an extension, but we still need to establish regular meetings and some sort of cadence of expectations for commissioners to attend the meeting. So is there a recommendation on the floor?
You might have to clarify it, I'm not sure.
So is there a recommendation of a number of meetings that we are asking commissioners to adhere to for meetings, and as far as attendance?
And so
I think this is,
I recall, sorry, Linda, I recall when we first started having this conversation, and it seems like it has evolved more to commissioners should be able to govern themselves to be able to make the meetings, and we're committed to it. And if we provide a schedule in advance that commissioners can hold themselves to, because as it was mentioned a couple times, there's no mechanism in place for commissioners to be removed off of this commission. And so I think it's more of a conversation about the planning that Dr. Daniels had mentioned, and then imploring commissioners to participate, and then also taking up the motion or the suggestion to separate the business meeting from public hearings.
Thank you, Commissioner Holmes. And just for the public that are watching, this was a charge for the executive committee, and the executive committee members, their names are on the screen, that we would establish a recommendation for a policy or a guideline on this. And so here is the response to that. And so if we are moving forward with an agreement that we will continue to encourage commissioners to attend and be actively engaged, then we don't see the need to put a number on it, then certainly we can do that. And establishing that we will separate our business meetings from our public hearings with an opportunity to engage more actively.
Yeah, and I agree with Dr. Daniels that it is less taxing on the public as well. And so probably the majority of these individuals that are here present today came because they wanted to provide public comment and not necessarily listen to this portion of it, but they are patiently listening to us conduct our business. And so,
any other commissioners? You all have the recommendations in front of you, and so if there are any things that you have concerns about, we'll continue to move forward.
and I guess,
Yeah,
Chair,
this is Jennifer Jones Austin. I am just transitioning to my desk, but I appreciate the points that have been made, and I would just say that I understand that these commission meetings run long. When you have the public meeting and you couple it with the business meeting, one way I appreciate the interest and concern with respect to those who are coming in and engaging with us, who are here to provide testimony. We can separate the meetings. You can also set the business meeting for a time certain, and you can set the public meeting for a time certain. And that way you don't have people sitting through business meetings if they desire not to. Just a consideration. What I would encourage us to also think about is that if you're having difficulty getting people to business meetings, then you may also have difficulty getting people to business meetings and public hearing meetings. And so when you create more meetings, that is probably going to dilute attendance for one of the meetings, one or more of the meetings. So that's the other reason why you sometimes do both. Having served on multiple state and local commissions, I will tell you that I've seen it where, and there are business meetings and there are public meetings and they're attached to each other. And there have been occasions where there were business meetings only and separate public hearing meetings. But it's just a consideration. It's something that you have to think about. If you're having difficulty and you start to separate the meetings, you'll likely have more difficulty for attendance, at getting attendance, a significant showing at all the meetings.
Yeah, I'd like to comment on that because I think you may be right, but as Linda Commissioner pointed out, there must be a quorum at business meetings.
Absolutely.
There does not have to be a quorum at public hearings and whatnot. So if there is an inclination of people, therefore, not to to necessarily, if they have to make a choice and they say, well, I got to be at the business meeting, I'll be there. We will have records of the public hearings. People have an opportunity to maybe even submit ideas and to certainly review the record. It would be, so I just want to make that point. There's no requirement that there be a quorum in the public hearings, which is a significant factor. So there could be 3 people, there could be 2 people, there could be 4 people, but there must be a quorum at business meetings. And so that becomes the crucial, it seemed to me, the determinant in one respect.
And I would say to you, I very much appreciate that. But if we value the public meetings and we believe that our commissioners should be engaged and should be directly engaging and hearing from the public, if we think that's important, it's just a factor to consider. I personally don't have a definitive opinion, and just I'm not wedded to one or the other. I'm just really presenting for us as a body the factors to be considered, the consequences if we go one way or the other. And so I'm just letting you all know, if you're emphasizing that there must be attendance at the business meetings, you might unintentionally be de-emphasizing the importance of engaging directly with community, as many commissioners as possible. So that's just something to think about. I do think it personally, I do think it's important that to the extent that we can, I regret that I cannot be there in person today. I do think it's important for commissioners to be face to face with the public. And I would not be one who would want to weigh business meetings as more important for that purpose. But I am not wedded one to the other. I'm going to do my best to get to as many meetings as I possibly can. It is just something to take into consideration. If people are going to have to make choices and they are told that they need to emphasize business meetings, then direct engagement, face to face engagement with the public is going to be what consequently, whether intended or not, that is what will suffer.
It
Thank you.
may, it
I
may.
think,
And so,
I think we have, I'm
I'm so,
sorry, I
I'm sorry,
think
just,
we have to keep in mind that business meetings are also open to the public. You know, we have open meeting laws. The public is invited to all of the meetings.
and so I thank you for that. And I think one of the distinctions that we need to do better at as when we market to the public as far as our meetings is to make that distinction, right? And
We
so,
have,
and so
we have. In the press release, it says that the business meeting is first and then immediately following. And if you're on the website, and if you look at the agenda, it says that there's the business meeting and then the public hearing begins immediately following the business meeting. And we actually even have the times on here. And so if we need to do a better job at that, certainly will, but want to make sure that you understand that there is a distinction there.
So let me do one thing, a quick poll. How many of you understood that distinction as far as what was going to take place?
Which distinction?
So I'm sorry, Lynn.
We're polling
I'm
the
asking the
audience.
live audience here.
Oh,
If by show of hands, how many of you understood that there were going to be like two separate type of meetings? So a few, but not many. And so, okay, thank you so much. And so I think as this evolves, we always can do better, and we have an opportunity, and we can take into account everyone's input on this conversation as far as participation by commissioners and availability, and looking at, do we need to separate meetings, do we need to make a better distinction, and so going forward. And I guess my recommendation in order to move us along would be to push this back to executive committee to further discuss and digest and make a recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner Holmes. So with that, there's another piece to the community engagement. We'll take the recommendation back to executive committee. So thank you to the executive committee members, Dr. Deborah Jenkins, she's our vice chair, Linda Tarrant-Reed, our secretary, and Jennifer Jones-Austin, the treasurer. The next piece is that we do need to ensure that we get these small group meetings with executive committee members. We'd like to engage those. We've made an attempt at small group meetings where there were groups of 3. There were 4 groups, I believe, and that did not happen in its entirety, so we need the commissioners to be actively engaged. Each of the executive committee members have agreed to take a group. Each of us are charged with taking a group, and we will share those groups with you in the subsequent email from this meeting. But we would like to get those meetings and get a commitment from all the commissioners to attend, so we can get those small meetings so that we can talk about points of view and the work that we have.
And I will commit to that. I'm
Thank
guilty.
you.
I was.
Thank you,
I
Commissioner Holmes. I didn't want to call you out.
No, you can call me out. You can call me out. I'll wear it. I have not attended one of the small group meetings, but front and center here in Rochester, right down the street from Buffalo, where I live, I am committing that I will make sure we get that going. So thank you.
Thank you.
And Chair, whatever happens in those meetings will be reported out for transparency purposes.
yes.
Absolutely, to the community as well.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, so the next, before we get to we need to get to the subject, there are 2 other areas, community engagement. How do we deepen our understanding of community perspectives and solutions to strengthen our report? And one of the, we really need to, we're having, this is our fourth public hearing for those that are in the audience. This is our fourth one. And we want to make sure that we are actively getting solutions that are going to inform the work. And so one, we want to ensure that we have as many opportunities as possible. So there were suggestions to have Zoom public hearings. Also, public hearings where we invited specific subject matter experts, where, of course, it's open to the public, but there are subject matter experts that are invited to talk about specific topics, whether it be redlining or the economy, but whatever that topic area is, those subject matter experts would be prioritized in providing testimony. So I wanted to get your feedback on that because that's the direction we're thinking of, and wanted to make sure that the commission was in support of that. Commissioners?
I just
Can
want to
you
say,
repeat?
oh, sorry.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Linda.
No, you go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'll yield to you.
Is that Brown?
Yeah,
I just
Commissioner
want to
Brown.
say, I think that the public hearing and the business meeting in Albany went very well. I really appreciated the presentation by the subject matter expert, Lavada Nahom of the New York State Parks, Recreation, and Historic Preservation. I felt that her presentation speaking about slavery in New York City, which was Manhattan, New Amsterdam, and the beginnings of that institution in that location really was an important context to share with the community. Because as much as we, know about the early beginnings of the institution of slavery, a lot of the information we really don't have. So to have an expert who really sets the stage and the foundational facts, because facts are important. I really, that expert, it wasn't testimony, it was a presentation. So I believe that expert testimony and expert presentations should both be part of, the meetings that we host for the public.
Good.
So we have an expert, this is, I'm almost doing three at the same time. We have a list that the subcommittee created, and Dr. Daniels and Dr. Jenkins and Laurie Daniel Favor served on that subcommittee, along with Pierre Duncan, our operations manager, and they developed a list of subject matter experts, and I wanted to have some discussion here on how we plan to use those subject matter experts. Do we plan to use them in a Zoom meeting? Do we plan to use them as different presenters? But what were your thoughts on how we use those subject matter experts?
And Chair, before we get into that, I believe Commissioner Linda Brown Robinson was able to make, I think she jumped in briefly.
Yes,
Is that right?
Yes.
Yes, right. I
so if you
actually
could- so
almost
if-
had some of the same comments that Commissioner Tarrant Reed said, that our last presenter did a fantastic job, and there were so many facts that I did not know about our history, as well as the public audience. I learned an awful lot. So if we can keep up that momentum, and having something that can appeal to all audiences and not bore them, to yawns, I would second that emotion. And I'd like to be able to, our vice chair is submit some names of some individuals that also have some expert testimony that we may be interested in. And I'm hoping that somebody can get to review it, and I'll share that with our vice chair, as I think I did previously. So I thank the last commission that we did a good job on the presentation, whoever set that up.
Yeah, that's good.
Thank you. That was our executive director.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to go back to Dr. Daniel because he did serve on that commission, Dr. Daniels, about, I'm sorry, that subcommittee on how you all had planned. Oh, there is our vice chair, Dr.
Yes.
Deborah Jenkins. So glad you're here. Give you an opportunity to wave and say hello. But how did you all plan to use that subcommittee list?
Dr. Daniels.
Dr. Daniels.
Yes, I thought I saw Lori Daniel Favors. I thought I saw her name pop up, but maybe not.
Yes, she's here.
Oh, okay, all right, so that's great.
If you can turn on
no.
your camera, Loree Daniel Favors, if you're here, if you turn on your camera, it will highlight you.
Okay, so I think the thinking was, well, in fact, I think we thought the mandate was to come up with subject matter experts to do exactly what happened in Albany. That is to say, to look at not only the subject matter experts, but to couple them with specific themes and specific issue areas. For example, we have subject matter experts delineated in relationship to history, the history, definitions, the fundamental definitions and elements of reparations, areas like the one that is being discussed today, urban renewal, gentrification, redlining, the criminal injustice system or criminal punishment system, housing, education. So we, in fact, identified experts for these areas. And my anticipation was, and I think I can be corrected on this, and by the way, we also said, while there might be experts outside of the state, we would prioritize finding the resources that existed inside of the state, which is what happened in Albany. That was really tremendous. Dr. Carr was not able to come. In fact, I bumped into him at a commemoration the other day, and he said, unfortunately, he was in Atlanta, not able to come. But the idea is to have, if necessary, outside expertise to come as well, and to present from their perspective. Now, I happen to think that what happened in Albany is what should happen. I mean, I learned a tremendous amount also. I was really impressed. But in fact, even with all of them that we've had, because we also had the presentation at Rochester Village, I learned a lot from that as well. Because we become informed from those presentations to enrich our knowledge in terms of how we should proceed. And then hopefully the community does well. And then the community can chime in. One of the recommendations I've made, however, is that we should do them thematically, and we should not sort of jump around. So if the public knows we have a trajectory of what we're going after, we're moving in a certain way. And I made the recommendation, for example, if we're doing urban renewal, we could potentially have done gentrification and redlining together. Or the next one might be that, because then we're staying on the same area of discussion. And I strongly recommend that the community should be aware of that, because the community should come to the hearing prepared to speak to the same topic. And if we want to have an open forum, an open discussion, that's fine. But it works more coherently, I think, if in fact you have a topic, the presenters present, we learn, the community learns, they share their perspective on those issues. And, the exchange. The other thing was the commissioners did not have an opportunity to even engage with the presenter or to ask questions or share perspectives as well. Forgive me for being a little bit wordy, but I think that is kind of a framework that can work, and that actually I've seen work around these issues.
So
Yes.
May I ask a
Sorry.
question?
I just want to acknowledge that Commissioner Linda Tarrant-Reed wanted to speak, and then we also have Loree Daniel Favors who's on, and so if she can turn her camera on, we can acknowledge her and have her bring greetings as well. So Commissioner Brown Robinson. Commissioner Brown Robinson, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes, it would help I'm going to piggyback again, but it would be very helpful if we could put a calendar of events out as to who our presenters are in advance and what their subject topic is. And that would help perhaps boost our participation, whether in person or whether in, remotely. And I would be more than happy to help work on that and also to boost our attendance, um, to work on that as well.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Jones Austin. I'm going to ask for points of clarification as we present these topics for this consideration and discussion. I think we have to ask ourselves the basic question: what is the point of subject matter experts? Is it for education of the commission members as well as education of the community? Is it sometimes for education of the commission members in order to formulate thoughts and opinions and perspectives for the advancement of the work? In my experience, having served on 2 statewide commissions and one city-based commission, when engaging with subject matter experts, if we're thinking about time and time commitment, uh, we don't necessarily, if we have a list of people from whom we're trying to learn for purposes of developing a perspective and a set of recommendations, all of that learning may not be able to occur in a public setting. Uh, in the past, what I've seen happen on commissions is that you will have commissioners and you will have staff who will engage with subject matter experts through Zoom meetings, through in-person meetings, where you will have sometimes, you can have hours on end conversations with thought leaders and subject matter experts that you would not be able to provide for in a public setting. So I think we need to think about how we are trying to use subject matter experts. If it is wholly for the sake of educating the community at large, and making sure that everybody has a full appreciation and awareness of the topic and how we are thinking about the topic, then maybe you bring some people to those meetings, those public meetings. But if we're really getting into the nitty gritty and we want to have dialogue, extensive dialogue with subject matter experts about, let's say, um, you know, different nations, how they engaged in reparations work, or what were some of the underlying legal issues and challenges and the like, that can take a lot more time than public hearings, public business meetings provide for. And so I want to raise that as we think about how we're doing this. Is it a both and, or are you leaning in one space or the other? I personally would suggest, I would recommend that we think about that and we appreciate that. If we're really looking at this and trying to figure out how we impact this, how we assess, how we develop recommendations and strategies, all of that cannot happen in a public meeting setting. We just don't have the time for that. And so we have to figure out, what are the subject matter experts that are here to educate all of us? And who are the subject matter experts that are going to get into the weeds of this work as we try to develop recommendations? Differentiate between the two, and then build a schedule accordingly.
I agree with Commissioner Jennifer Jones Austin. I see 2 tracks. I see subject matter experts who will do presentations and talk to the public. I also see subject matter experts who will actually write the chapters of the report. Now, will they overlap? Absolutely. You know, everything is, flexible and blends in. I think, creating the chapters and understanding who the experts are, expert researchers, writers, people who have written, books about the subject matters that will impact, this report and that will inform the report. I think it's really important. that we really understand how you build the report and which experts we're going to utilize to create the narrative, or not even create the narrative, to document the narrative.
Thank you, Commissioner. Recognizing that we are moving at a pace that we still need to work together as a commission, and there's some work that we'll need to do. So one of the things that I would suggest is that we take this back to our small groups and have deepen these conversations so that for the sake of time, we can move forward and prepare for our public hearing. We have a full audience here, and we are grateful. Unfortunately, you all can't see them, but I will take a picture and send it to all the commissioners that we have audience members here that are waiting to participate in the public hearing. So I want to move to the next section of other business before we prepare to adjourn and open the floor for additional updates, concerns, or items from the commissioners.
I have none.
Commissioner Brown Robinson,
None.
Commissioner Daniels,
None.
Commissioner Jones Austin,
None.
Commissioner Tarrant Reed,
None.
and Vice Chair Deborah Jenkins, Dr. Deborah Jenkins.
None.
Okay, well, thank you. With no other business, we will adjourn this part of the meeting and prepare ourselves for a public hearing. We will take a brief 5-minute break to prepare for welcome remarks and invite our elected officials. And so thank you to the audience members for being patient and sitting through a business meeting. Besides your day earlier today, I don't know, when was the last time you had an opportunity to sit before a commission's business meeting, but we thank you for your patience and being part of today's meeting. So we'll take a brief 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and begin our public hearing for the New York State Community Commission for Reparations Remedies. Thank you. Thank you for joining today.
It kind of looks like that.
We're ready. Okay. Say it again.
I'll go ask Meeks if he sees any other elected.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. We're ready to get started. Thank you for your patience.
Mm.
Demanda's first. Demanda's first. Okay. You can do it. Thank you, everyone. We thank you for officially joining us. Those that were here for the business meeting, thank you for being here. We are just grateful. I want to thank everyone who helped plan this public hearing. This certainly was an incredible effort, so I want to thank you all for your support. Thank you for helping to plan the public hearing. I also want to make sure that we acknowledge our elected officials, but I want to officially bring our public hearing to a start. It is 5:27. We'll officially welcome to the New York State Community Commission for Reparation Remedies. Welcome to our public hearing. I am Dr. Charnel Hawkins, and I have the honor of serving as the chair. And alongside me, I will allow Commissioner Hoeks to introduce himself, and then we will make room for our commissioners on the Zoom to briefly introduce themselves so that we could begin.
So once again, Tim Hogues, Commissioner of New York State Civil Service, and thank you for allowing us to be here today.
Commissioner Brown Robinson, we'll begin with you. You're on mute. There you go.
Linda Brown Robinson. I reside currently in Syracuse, New York. I was born and raised in New York City, and I am the regional director for the NAACP for the Western region. Thank you all for attending.
Vice Chair,
She looks frozen.
are you frozen, Vice Chair? Commissioner Jenkins? All right, we'll
I'm
move.
sorry. I'm sorry. I wasn't frozen. I just stepped away. I was late coming back. I'm very sorry about that. Deborah Jenkins. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hand.
Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. So it's Deborah Jenkins. I'm located in Bronx, New York. Vice Chair. Thank you.
Welcome. Commissioner Tarrant Reed?
I'm Commissioner Linda Tarrant Reed. I'm located in Southern Westchester. Welcome, everybody.
Thank you. Commissioner Jones Austin?
Good afternoon, Jennifer Jones Austin, Brooklyn, New York.
And Commissioner Daniels?
Dr. Ron Daniels, East Elmhurst, New York. Malcolm
Welcome.
X's neighborhood.
Welcome, Commissioner. We have 7 of the 9 commissioners here with us today. Absent are
No, we forgot Commissioner Lori Daniel Favors. Sorry.
we can't see her on the screen. So,
Well, she's here.
all right. Well, let's make room for her. If she can turn her
Yep.
camera on, then we can see her. So I apologize. We can't
Her
see you.
camera is on.
There you are. Now we can see you. Do you want to introduce yourself? Can we get her mic? She's muted. You're on mute.
No, she's not.
I hear her.
We can hear her.
We can hear her.
I'm not talking to the ether.
There you go. There you go. We can hear you now.
All right, greetings, everyone. Lori Daniel Favors, Brooklyn, New York.
Thank you. We are really proud that 8 of the 9 commissioners are here with us today in Rochester, and we want to acknowledge Dr. Derek Hamilton. Dr. Derek Hamilton is not with us today, but we are grateful for his leadership on the commission.
Madam Chair, if I may, my apologies. I will, as previously indicated via email, have to step away for a short period, but then I will return due to a schedule conflict. Just wanted to put that on the record.
Thank you. And if we could all, as commissioners that are not speaking, if you could mute yourselves because it's creating an echo. We want to acknowledge the elected officials in the room, and we are just thrilled that we have Assembly Member Damon Meeks with us today, and we would like to bring him to the podium if he wanted to bring greetings. You wanted to bring greetings? We welcome you.
Yes, yep.
Or you can go to the mic right there, whatever's easier for you.
Good evening. Mic not on?
You're
It's
on,
on.
we
can
got
hear
you.
Good evening. I'm Assemblyman Damon Meeks, representing the 137th Assembly District. I want to say thank you all for being present for this great occasion. To the commissioners, thank you all for your work and your commitment. I am a member of the Black, Puerto Rican, Hispanic, Asian Caucus, and I'm also a member of the Black Task Force. And this commission is something that I take my hat off to Member Charles Barron from Brooklyn, who has been fighting for this commission for a long, long time. And we got we're more diverse than ever before in history. And we have a great representation. And with that, we saw this opportunity, and we felt a need and a commitment to seize the opportunity to create this commission. We know that we as a community are due and owe reparations for the things that we have endured. We've seen other communities receive reparations in these United States of America, as well as this state of New York, and this is something that we're committed to advocating to. So I just want to say thank each and every one of you for being present, and we look forward to hearing from you all.
Thank you, Assembly Member Meeks. We appreciate your support, and we look forward to your support with the extension as well. We also would like to acknowledge that we have Councilman Michael Patterson, who is here with us, and we would like to bring him to the mic to bring greetings. Thank you, Councilman Patterson, for being here with us today.
So I'm Michael Patterson, the Northeast District City Council member, and before I say anything, I just want to commend the wonderful people who created this document. Please raise your hand.
Our local history.
The reason why I want to commend them is that my opening remark and greeting is that urban renewal was a travesty and state-sponsored terrorism for Black and brown people in the city of Rochester. This document clearly shows how it ripped the heart out of Black and brown communities across the city of Rochester. And so, as we look at reparations, and we go back to the old concept of 40 acres and a mule, well, I don't need 40 acres because I don't want to live that far out. And I don't know what to do with a mule. But with that all said, what we do need are the resources that will help us build, develop, and create a community. What's interesting is that in 2021, under the leadership of Mayor Warren, we had a reparations universal basic income committee. We produced a report. Some of the work that came out of that we have implemented. There are more things to do, but it is wonderful to see that the state of New York has made a commitment, literally just heard the assemblyman say, to bring forth those resources we need to develop, I guess what I would say is a more perfect union for Black and brown folks in the city of Rochester. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. We also have greetings from Senator Samara Brooke, and I want to acknowledge that Dr. Candace Lucas is going to bring remarks on behalf of Senator Brooke. Thank you, Dr. Lucas.
Thank you. I will let her know you applauded for her. I'm just going to read it verbatim as she wrote. So my name is Samara Brooke, and I represent the 55th Senate District. I also have the honor of serving as chair of the Senate Committee on Mental Health. Thank you to the New York Community Commission on Reparations Remedies, for inviting me to attend this public hearing on urban renewal. The City of Rochester has historically displaced and disinvested in our Black communities. As an executive board member of the Black, Puerto Rican, Hispanic, and Asian caucus in the legislature, I know that real systemic changes must be made to correct decades, even centuries, of inequity in our city and state. The NYSCCRR amplifies the voices of our communities of color to bring our attention to the reparative measures that must be made to stimulate justice and growth for Black residents in New York State. Our communities cannot move forward without addressing the injustices of the past. I invite community members who are sharing their perspectives and testimonies here today to contact my office so we can listen to your needs and devise working solutions to meet them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Brooke. We are grateful for your support as well. With that, we're going to prepare ourselves for the presentation, but one, I want to acknowledge again all of those that helped to support this effort to be here today. I want to thank the Memorial Art Gallery for hosting us in this beautiful facility. I want to thank our entrepreneurs that are in the back and have some good food for us to eat and snack on, and also to our interpreters that are here today. Thank you for your support. And additionally, all the media that came out to learn more about the reparations work, the Reparations Commission's work that we have ahead of us. For those that did not get an opportunity to sign up, you can sign up in the back. There's a computer. You can sign up to speak. You can go online and sign up. But if you feel inspired by what you hear, it's not too late. There's an opportunity for everyone to speak, and so you can go on and sign up. If you feel that you don't want to speak in front of this audience, you can submit your testimony via email. And you can go to the website at ny.gov/reparations, or you can call in. So you can call in at 518-473-3997. That is our number. This commission has been building, and hopefully you'll see the changes. If you look at the first meeting, we didn't have a logo. We've got a lot of things that we've been doing, and we're looking forward to staffing up. For those that didn't know, we're still hiring. You can go to our website and learn about the hirings, the consultants that we're hiring, but we still have a lot of work to do as we establish what our understanding is and create the recommendations to forward to, of course, the governor and the legislative body. So wanted to share that with for the audience members. And thank you. Let's give Rochester. We have to really congratulate Rochester for a successful public hearing. Thank you all for being here in person today. And so we're going to prepare for our presentations. Yes.
Chair Hawkins, one thing I failed to state, this is Commissioner Linda Brown Robinson. I would terribly be remiss if we did not acknowledge the passing of our New York State President, yes, Hazel N. Dukes.
Absolutely.
So for those who did not know it, if you can just do any silent testimony to her and all the work she's done for the New York State NAACP and the general community at large and the country. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Can we honor her right now with a moment of silence for the great work that Hazel Dukes has done across the nation? And I know that there'll be a celebration of her life on, I believe, March 12th in Harlem. And so we all look forward to participating. But we're going to acknowledge the great work, her great work, and so we'll have a moment of silence. We honor Hazel Dukes.
Thank you for that reminder.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And so with that, we are going to begin our presentation with David Hochfelder. I apologize. He's the Associate Professor and Undergraduate Director of the Department of History at the University of Albany. And we are so grateful that you were able to travel to Rochester, New York for this important presentation. And then following that, we will hear from Rochester's own, our local history, who has certainly been part of the previous presentations in public hearings in Rochdale, Queens, and Buffalo, New York. So with that, let's make room and honor David Hochfelder, Associate Professor and Undergraduate Director of the Department of History at the University of Albany. And for those that, while we're waiting for the professor to take the stage. There is food in the back, and so if you've been with us since 4 o'clock, you certainly deserve to eat first because you waited and been through a business meeting with us, but there is food in the back, and there's some incredible desserts here as well. So please participate, and we are looking forward to hearing from the professor. So if the professor can prepare.
We can hear you.
But can you see my
Yes.
screen?
We can see your screen as well.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you for inviting us and for this opportunity to appear before you and to assist the work of the commission. I am presenting jointly on behalf of myself and my research colleagues, Stacy Sewell and Ann Pfau. The three of us have been researching the history of urban renewal and housing discrimination in New York State for more than a decade. There we go. Our testimony draws not just on archival research, but also conversations with displacees and their descendants, who over the years have been willing to speak with us about the experience of displacement and its impact on their lives. It's based on our publications as well as material uncovered in the process of inventorying surviving urban renewal records. We're happy to share all of our findings with you and commission staff. We're also including with the printed testimony a bibliography of some of the resources we found most useful in our research. Urban Renewal was a post-World War II federal grant program. It subsidized redevelopment projects in cities across the nation between 1949 and 1974. Local officials in about 1,200 American cities used these monies, $13 billion overall, to plan and implement projects that collectively displaced about 1.5 million people. Roughly 60% of those displaced were classified as non-white, mostly African American. The stated goal of the federal slum clearance program was to improve the nation's housing stock. But over time, urban renewal became a tool for local officials who sought to increase their city's tax base and to relocate residents they regarded as undesirable. Even where housing conditions were deplorable, redevelopment seldom benefited area residents. Instead, we found, displacees were harmed by losses of community spaces, affordable housing, and investments in their homes and businesses. They suffered damages that have yet to be remedied. By contrast, most of the benefits of urban renewal accrued to wealthier, whiter people than those displaced. They were the people who would attend performances at Lincoln Center in New York City or shop at the Galleria Mall in White Plains. It was with them in mind that city officials decided to demolish and redevelop large portions of our nation's cities. The state of New York played a crucial role in promoting redevelopment. Beginning in 1959, it began paying up to half of the local cost share, a total of more than $350 million over the life of the program. This decision made urban renewal more attractive to cities because they were responsible for only 1/6, or in the case of smaller cities, 1/8 of overall costs. Cities could further defray expenses by investing in capital projects like new streets, schools, housing developments, and other public works, drawing on additional state assistance. In all, 91 municipalities in the state of New York, from major cities like New York City and Buffalo to smaller places like Auburn and Nyack, implemented 251 urban renewal projects. As a result, New York State was second only to Pennsylvania in the amount of federal renewal funds received, over $1.6 billion. Urban renewal had an outsized impact on the state and its citizens, particularly those who were forced to move. We don't have precise figures because the federal government stopped reporting state relocation data in 1966. But we estimate that in all, at least 150,000 New Yorkers were displaced by urban renewal projects, and that close to half were Black, even though the state's population was 87% white. The disproportionate harm done to Black households and communities was not simply a matter of numbers. Persistent patterns of segregation made it easy for local officials to target communities of color for removal. Limited enforcement of state and federal fair housing laws meant that homeowners, realtors, and landlords were able to prevent Black displacees from moving into white neighborhoods. At the same time, public authorities failed to build sufficient affordable replacement housing. In 1961, the New York State Advisory Committee to the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights predicted, based on past experience, that the net effect of urban renewal would be, quote, to increase the non-white concentration in peripheral areas and to accelerate blight because of overcrowding, landlord exploitation, and neglect of repairs of buildings, close quote. Our search for urban renewal records has taken us to archives and historical societies in about 50 cities across the state of New York. These documents are key to understanding how urban renewal affected those communities. The relevant records fall into two broad categories: residential relocation files and property acquisition records. Residential relocation files document the people who were forced to move. In some places, all that's left is a list of names and addresses. In other cases, we found fuller records documenting household demographics and finances, as well as the nature and amount of payments received. Standardized forms, like the one you see on screen, list the names, relationships, ages, occupations, and incomes of household members, as well as information about rent or mortgage amount and length of residence. They also reveal the difficulty of finding adequate and affordable replacement housing, particularly in the case of Black displacees. Property acquisition records contain deeds, title searches, appraisals, payment vouchers, and correspondence with owners. These records document the property's appearance, location, use, and prior sales price, the owner's name along with taxes paid and owed, and the number and sometimes names of tenants. These records document the problem of determining fair market value in redlined areas where bank financing was hard to get. Collectively, these records help expose the inner workings of racial capitalism in the urban real estate market. Specifically, redlining meant that Black building owners were less likely than their white counterparts to receive adequate reimbursement for seized property. Residential segregation meant that Black residents had to spend more time searching for housing in crowded, overpriced, and under-resourced areas. For property owners, urban renewal revealed the weakness of fair market value, a legal construct that presumes willing buyers and sellers. Under this framework, appraisers hired by the city determine the price owners should receive for seized property. Appraisers took into consideration size, age, condition, and location, but not the amount of money owners had paid for or invested in their properties. Take the case of Merrill and Ida Robinson, who bought a home and business in Newburgh for $10,200 in 1955 and made $4,300 in improvements afterward. In 1963, the Newburgh Urban Renewal Agency offered them $8,000 for their property. The parties finally reached a settlement in 1967 after years of declining business earnings. The neighborhood had been emptying out all the while. Redlining, or the denial of bank mortgages and home insurance policies to Black homeowners and in inner city neighborhoods, warped urban real estate markets and gave rise to a class of unscrupulous real estate investors. Without access to financing, many would-be homeowners signed predatory land contracts that prevented them from building equity. The seller retained title until the contract was paid off. In the context of urban renewal, this was a problem for many Black homeowners because the owner-occupier was not the property owner of record. Even those who received reimbursement likely lost money because contract sellers were able to charge inflated prices in this captive market. Urban renewal projects took several years to complete. This long time horizon had a negative effect on property values, a phenomenon known as condemnation blight. As tenants moved out and demolition neared, owners were understandably reluctant to improve or repair their properties. Once a renewal plan became public, in the words of one appraiser, quote, the only safe thing to do was to get out, close quote. The inevitable result was, open quote, a sharp decline in property values, close quote. Even when renewal agencies purchased property for more than the capital invested, that amount was often too low to enable the displaced owner to purchase an equivalent building without taking on additional debt. Racial disparities in wealth and income, combined with racist real estate practices like steering Black buyers toward a shrinking and dilapidated supply of sales properties, placed both additional burdens on those buyers and unfair limits on their opportunities to profit. Tenants were also harmed by urban renewal projects. In 1961, the New York State Advisory Committee reported to the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights that, quote, the people most affected by urban renewal programs in New York State are Negroes and Puerto Ricans. The relocation plans submitted to the Urban Renewal Administration and then approved by that federal agency are mostly fictional, illusory, and unrealistic so far as they affect the rehousing of minority groups, close quote. Demolition outpaced construction of replacement housing and, quote, discrimination in private housing, close quote, prevented displacees from finding new homes. Like property owners, residential tenants lost time and money to urban renewal. A 1964 census survey of displaced households found that median rent increased about 1/8 after relocation. Tenants also paid a larger percentage of their incomes toward housing after relocation. The survey found that the median rent income ratio increased from 25 to 28%. Likewise, more than a third of relocatees reported spending much more time traveling to and from work. Roughly the same percentage found shopping to be much less convenient. Many renewal area residents did not own private automobiles. Furthermore, U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development statistics revealed that only 71% of displaced households and 64% of individuals were reimbursed for moving expenses, with average payments of $73 and $48 respectively. Roughly 93,000 families and 28,000 individuals received zero compensation whatsoever. In addition to higher rent and longer commutes, tenants bore the cost of searching for replacement housing. For Black displacees, particularly those with large families, the process of finding new housing could be especially burdensome. Small business owners also suffered damages. Many, particularly those dependent on a neighborhood clientele built up over years, even decades, never reopened. Roughly 40% discontinued business after displacement. The hardest hit were family-run stores that had a close and frequent relationship with their customers. Commercial and residential landlords lost rents over the course of several years, even before an urban renewal project reached the execution stage. Tenants started moving out as soon as they realized renewal would affect their homes or livelihoods. Many of those who remained demanded discounted rents. Over the course of the 1950s, 60s, and 70s, as activists and researchers exposed these inequities, federal laws became gradually fairer for people displaced. Property owners, tenants, and business owners became eligible for more equitable payments to reimburse their financial losses. The losses caused by urban renewal were not just monetary. Displacement and dispersion threatened community, culture, self-respect, and political cohesion, all symptoms of what psychiatrist Mindy Fullilove has diagnosed as root shock, a reaction to trauma that can affect individuals and communities over generations. Fullilove concludes that, quote, the present state of Black America is in no small measure the result of Negro removal, close quote. A telling 1972 confrontation between Black residents and a private developer in Newburgh presages Fullilove's findings. The city's Black community had already suffered 2 rounds of displacement, and so they knew what to expect. At a contentious public meeting about a 3rd planned urban renewal project, they accused the developer and his supporters of trying to remove them from the city's historic waterfront. Richie Peterson of the NAACP confronted the developer. Quote, what you are destroying is a Black community, a culture, a political base, and a way of life, he said. You are destroying our self-respect, our unity. This is our waterfront. When the downtown wasn't important, we couldn't get help. Who will own and control the area? The losses suffered by urban renewal area owners and residents were a collective subsidy or wealth transfer from the poor and powerless to the wealthy and influential. In 1968, the U.S. Commission on Urban Problems condemned urban renewal's failure to live up to its framers' intent of ensuring that all Americans were housed in decent, safe, and sanitary housing. Instead, the commission concluded that many local governments were treating the program as, quote, a federally financed gimmick to provide relatively cheap land, close quote, to private real estate developers. This created 2 types of subsidy, wealth transfers from displaced residents to a municipality's tax base, and wealth transfers to private developers in the form of write-downs of the cost of land acquisition and site improvement. The outcome, as intended by many of the officials who facilitated these discounted land sales, is that areas that once housed low-income residents and communities of color have become, over the past several decades, increasingly white and wealthy. As an economic policy, urban renewal encouraged private development by discounting the price of urban land. Developers reaped a bounty. In the case of one Newburgh renewal project, acquisition, demolition, and relocation costs totaled about $1,700,000, but the cleared land was priced for resale at just over $47,000. Political disputes stalled redevelopment in Newburgh. Today's city leaders are facing the question of how to use about 20 acres of still vacant urban renewal land and what role displacees and their descendants will play. Richie Peterson's question, who will own and control this area, remains today an open question. Displacements and property seizures were not confined to urban renewal areas. Urban highways and housing developments were equally damaging and deserve the same scrutiny. Because of the differences in how these programs were authorized and executed, we hope that the committee will meet with researchers who have access to the relevant archives, and we are happy to assist with this endeavor. The deliberate targeting of Black communities for removal has made urban renewal a legitimate topic of study for this commission. We're pleased to support your work with all the data at our disposal, and we hope that the commission's findings and decisions will both bring these injustices to light and start to repair the damages. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, do we have any questions for our presenters? I just want to make room for any questions for our presenters if there are questions by the commissioners or anyone from the audience before we prepare for our next presentation.
I just, Vice Chair Jenkins, I'd just like to acknowledge that Dr. Hochfelder and his associates, his colleagues, are a part of the expert witnesses that the subcommittee has had to consider. And I want to thank him personally for agreeing to be here for this meeting so quickly when the executive director reached out to him. And this is the caliber of people and teams that we have been examining for the commission's work. And so again, thank you, Dr. Hochfelder, Dr. Sewell, and Dr. Plouffe.
Yeah, just a brief comment, if I might. The presentation was just an incredible presentation, but it's very important in terms of documentation, and it brings to my mind shades of what happened in Evanston. Evanston was the first municipality to, in fact, provide reparations to a program that's very much alive, certified by the National African American Reparations Commission, so I'm very, very familiar with it. And what was so stunning about our research in that city was the kind of, but no guessing about it, clear documentation about what the intent was and what the damages were, and the specificity of particular, not only individuals, but communities. That becomes important because that sets the stage for a discussion of how to also do remedies. So to this team, Dr. Hoffelder and Professor Soul and all, really, really appreciate this extraordinary presentation.
Thank you. Commissioner Hogs? Just wanted to, before Commissioner Hogs goes, are there any other commissioners online that wanted to provide opportunity for question or comment? All right, Commissioner Hogs.
So I think we are getting close to a packed house, so if individuals are standing or in the back or in need of a seat, if you're at a table and you have a seat available next to you, just raise your hand so that we can get them in there and everyone could participate. So thank you.
Thank you. With that, we're going to prepare for our, thank you again, Dr. Hochfelder and your associates. We are grateful to have your support coming from the University of Albany. With that, we're going to prepare for our local history, but I want to announce again, for those that have not had an opportunity, our public comment is on its way. If you have not had an opportunity to sign up, there's still an opportunity for you to sign up. Following the presentation from our local history, we will have, we invited Angelica Perez Delgado, the president and CEO of Ibero-American Action League, to provide remarks as well. And then we will not take a break. We will, in order to make up time, we will begin immediately with our individuals that have signed up for public comment. And for that first person, I think I've already shared, but I'll call you in groups of 3 so that you can prepare, okay? So thank you. Let's welcome our local history, and we are proud to have them with us once again.
Let's see here. All right. Can folks hear us okay? All righty. It clicks. All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Shane Wiegand. I'm the co-director of Our Local History at CCSI. We're a nonprofit educational organization dedicated to supporting and empowering students, teachers, and communities with the tools to own and engage with their local history of civil rights through inquiry, equity, and civic action. Frankly, I didn't always believe that reparations were something that was necessary, but the history we're about to share significantly changed my mind and is part of why I'm here today. We're deeply grateful to Chair Hawkins, Executive Director McKinney Chisholm Straker, and the rest of the New York State Commission on Reparations Remedies for this opportunity to share our work during this long and important process of examining the legacy of systemic racism and injustice that continues to affect communities like ours all across the state.
My name is Tay Porter Jourdain. I'm a consultant with Our Local History, and at Our Local History, we believe that a close examination of what happened in people's own communities is what's most effective in terms of moving them forward and toward understanding as well as civic action in their own time. Our motto is to do this through restorative practices, inquiry, and bias towards civic action. We have free open source educational materials about the local history of civil rights in multiple places across New York State, and we encourage you to check them out and find out more about our work at resistanceMapping.org. At past public hearings, we talked about the way enslavement is a central part of New York's and Rochester's history, dating all the way back to James, Duke of York, who chartered the single largest shipping company in the transatlantic slave trade. We've also talked about redlining and other government-sanctioned forms of housing discrimination that gave form to the communities we live in today. You can watch these on the Commission's website.
Today, we're going to advance the historical narrative a little bit further. Redlining was part of a pattern of disinvestment in non-white neighborhoods throughout the first half of the 20th century that had the effect one would expect: physical deterioration, lack of running water and city services, overcrowding, and unsafe living conditions. As early as the late 1930s, pioneering black journalist Howard Coles is sounding the alarm about the housing conditions in Rochester's increasingly segregated black neighborhoods. Starting in the 50s, the areas coded red on the 1934 Holk map show up on a new set of governmental maps, urban renewal plans. The same government that helped cause this neighborhood degradation is now going to try to solve the problem by wiping these areas clear and starting over again. Keep in mind that at the same time the government is engaging in urban renewal in minority neighborhoods in cities across the United States and New York, it's simultaneously enacting a very different policy for other Americans. Americans like me. White people, like my grandparents, they didn't get their neighborhoods knocked down. Instead, they were given government subsidies to move to the suburbs. This not only leads to a pattern of racial segregation that we observe today, but it greatly expands the wealth gap between white people who are encouraged and assisted in building wealth through home ownership, like my own family, and people of color who are discouraged and were blocked from doing so. That's a big part of the reason that the median household net worth for white New Yorkers is nearly 15 times more than for black New Yorkers, $277,000 in wealth versus $19,000.
Whenever we share with groups, we like to pose an inquiry question to help organize our time together. Here's today's inquiry question. How does the legacy of urban renewal inform our course of action today to repair harm and achieve equity in New York? The last thing we want to do before we get underway is acknowledge the work of the Clarissa Street Reunion Committee, the Philander Street Reunion Committee, and other groups that have been working for decades to keep this history alive and remediate the harm that urban renewal caused to their neighborhoods. Many of these physical communities were destroyed, but the social communities live on, and we want to honor that today. In order to build momentum for reparations in New York State, we need to understand how we got here, and we have to do this work together. We're going to start with an activity to get us talking, thinking, building a little community, and looking a little closer. We call this a zoom in, zoom out activity. We're going to zoom in on a short series of connected images and invite you to share with your neighbor what you notice, wonder, or can infer about these images. We'll give you a minute or so for each image to introduce yourself to someone new and share what you're noticing and wondering about the image. And you can follow along in your packet on page 7. Here we go. So turn and talk with your neighbor, introduce yourself. What do you notice, wonder, or infer about this image? Nothing is too small to share, and notice that we purposely left off the date from this image. Turn and talk.
We're 4 minutes in. Our goal is 15 minutes now.
That's right on time. I've been getting to this all for
So we have 16 minutes.
So again, nothing is too small to share with your neighbor. What do you notice?
I love seeing people look around. I want to know where the public baths went.
Yeah, just going on together.
Thanks.
All right, we're gonna give you the next piece to look at. Keep talking with your neighbor. What do you notice or what do you wonder now?
Feel free to turn the page, slide 8. I want to know where those public baths went.
Or that playground that we saw.
All right, ready?
All right, here is the next piece. If you could turn your page and follow along. And notice the dates are at the bottom now. We have 1935 and 2025.
What do you notice has changed?
I'm wondering, where did all those houses go?
Really?
Ready? All right, we're going to show you the next piece to zoom in on. Looking at this area, what do you notice? What do you wonder? Any inferences that come up for you? I'm noticing that railroad, wondering what purpose is it serving there?
Where are we on that? Oh, right there. Okay. You've got a little marathon ahead of you here. I haven't made one mistake yet.
All right, we're going to take a look at another piece. Again, 1935, 2025. What are we noticing? What are we wondering about our community? any patterns that are coming up for you and your neighbors? Take about 10 more seconds. And we'll come back together up front in 5, coming back together 4, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you for those engaging conversations that you were having at your tables. So the images that we were just looking at all came from this blue area at the top of the map around Joseph Avenue. This map adds the context of urban renewal and highway infrastructure in Rochester. The yellow is the inner loop and the highways flowing away from it, while the turquoise blue are neighborhoods that underwent urban renewal. As a whole, urban renewal was a massive project with more than a dozen designated sites in Rochester alone. It cost more than $130 million over 21 years and displaced nearly 5,000 households. We're going to look at just a few of the most prominent sites, starting with the area we were just looking at, the 7th Ward. So it cost $66.4 million. The size was 235 acres, 1,819 households displaced, and 333 businesses displaced. This can really be considered ground zero for urban renewal in Rochester. When people talked about blighted neighborhoods and urban ills, they had in mind the Baden-Orman area. Not so coincidentally, that was the only place that had any housing available to Black people coming to Rochester from the South as part of the Great Migration. They and other Black people were almost entirely barred from buying or renting homes in the suburbs or the outlying parts of the city, so they got crowded into the 7th Ward. The 3rd Ward, meanwhile, is Rochester's historic Black neighborhood. As racial segregation deepens and the 7th Ward gets more and more overcrowded, the 3rd Ward starts to deteriorate physically as well. It cost $61.9 million. The size was 217 acres, 785 households displaced, 135 businesses displaced. And lastly, the Southeast Loop is a much smaller site, but as the name implies, it's part of downtown itself, and so this particular project is seen as a major priority for city planners. This is where MLK Park and the Strong Museum of Play are today. So it cost $32.9 million. The size was 60 acres, 1,135 households displaced, and 104 businesses displaced.
So let's pause for a second. That's the numbers. In a second, we're going to talk about the people. But let's pause to review this inquiry question. How does the legacy of urban renewal inform our course of action today to repair harm and achieve equity in New York State? Next, we're going to explore who did this, who was impacted, and most importantly, how did people fight back? These are some of the primary architects and leaders of urban renewal in Rochester. In Rochester and elsewhere in the country, urban renewal was almost entirely directed by well-to-do white men who didn't have personal experience with the kinds of communities they were trying to rebuild. As a result, they often failed to recognize the strengths of these so-called blighted areas and what they contained. They struggled to balance those interests against those of bankers, realtors, and other people who looked more like them. We believe that there is value in naming names and showing how certain powerful people had a major negative impact on places like Rochester. And we'd also encourage you to keep in mind that ultimately it's not just these intentions that matter, but rather their actions that require the reparation today. Those actions resulted in Black and brown communities being dismantled. Their residents dispersed and contributed to the inequality and segregation that we see today. In 1966, the leaders of Rochester's largest civil rights group, FIGHT, said in reference to urban renewal that democracy is a farce as long as Black people are locked out of participation and decision-making. The point about representation, of course, it remains relevant today for all of us who work collectively and the people who fought at our jobs and in our community organizations and in our government around this kind of work. Even today, with a filling in of the inner loop, how will we ensure that the residents' voices in the entire area that's being filled in are represented, that those who are harmed are benefiting from this reinvestment, and the ones who benefit most from this investment are the ones still living in those areas today? How do we ensure today that we don't make those same mistakes? We want to share just a handful of stories of people affected by urban renewal, the people who fought back to preserve their communities in whatever way they could. We're going to start with librarian Olga Edwards, who had to move from Joseph Avenue during that period. Here's how she described it in a 1980 interview, and we're going to hope the sound works, and if it doesn't, we'll move on.
The whites who were in that block or in that area at the time started moving out and turning their one-family houses into small apartments which house 4 or 5 families. Some of the apartments had only one room with everybody using the same kitchen and the same bed. It was a sort of deplorable condition, but blacks could find no place to go. Therefore, they moved over in the Jefferson Avenue area. Overcrowding was the result of this. And little children were locked out of their homes all day while their parents worked to try to give them food and clothing. We met some of the children. They were nice children. Parents were trying hard, but there was no place for them to go.
You can hear the rest of that interview online at the Rochester Public Library website and interviews of several other elders describing in particular the experience of dealing with the impact of urban renewal. Next, we want to zoom in on this one lot in Ormond Street. Again, this is just about the geographical center of urban renewal in Rochester. Among the buildings that were lost was this black church, the Holy City Church of God in Christ, which was founded in 1922. In 1960, its parishioners were forced to leave its building as it was torn down. Urban renewal was supposed to renew these areas for the benefit of the displaced residents, but sometimes the land went to other uses. Like in this case, Pepsi-Cola takes over a big tract of land near Ormond Street. They build a new bottling plant, which opens in 1965. So this is a loss for the people living in that neighborhood and attending that church, but a big gain for Pepsi. It also has another effect. By effectively blocking the residential area to the north, the Pepsi plant becomes part of a geographical barrier for the black neighborhoods surrounding downtown, along with a railroad. This note on the screen really reveals what's going on. It's from a confidential report that Kodak commissioned from Daniel Patrick Monahan, who later served as a U.S. Senator from New York, saying this pattern of strategic replacement is repeated in cities across New York and the U.S. and really makes clear who all this infrastructure and investment was really for. We also want to share the story of Mary Kearney. She was living with her family on Savannah Street when it was mostly demolished in the late 1960s. She talks about a sense of safety and community she had there, the way her family and social group was split up when the expressway came through. She says, "My mother was renting on Savannah Street when urban renewal happened. We were kids. It was a nice neighborhood. We knew everyone who lived on our street, not like today. We felt safe there too. I don't remember ever having to lock my doors. My aunts and uncles lived right down the street, but now we were all in different places. Before we were all in the same little neighborhood. My mother had 5 sons, and my uncles were like fathers to my brothers. We all got split up because of the inner loop."
We've given you just a couple of stories today, but remember that nearly 5,000 households were forced to move because of urban renewal between 1952 and 1973. That's a ton of people's lives affected, more than we can share in 20 minutes or even 20 hours. If you'd like to learn more, we'd encourage you to start with Clarissa Uprooted, a short documentary film, museum exhibit, and online resource put together jointly by elders from the Clarissa Street neighborhood and youth leaders from Center for Teen Empowerment. Obviously, the poor conditions that exist prior to urban renewal, together with the hardships brought about by urban renewal, cause additional problems. In July 1964, an uprising leads to a huge amount of property damage, 5 deaths, and finally some recognition by the white community at large that everything is not well within the city. Look at this newspaper photo on the left. The immediate spark for the uprising came during a street dance meant to raise money for recreational activities for kids living in the Baden-Ormond neighborhood. This quote is from 1968, 4 years later, and you can see there's still an extreme deficiency of active recreation facilities. You can imagine this is a chaotic time. fires, broken glass, overturned cars, and everything else. Right in the middle of everything, a woman named Mildred Johnson borrows a typewriter and card table from a store that had been broken into and sets up on the sidewalk to take complaints from young people. Here's what she said. They, the young people, came and got me and said, they'll listen to you. So I sat out there typing. They told me they were tired of rat-infested housing and no jobs. And let me tell you about Mildred Johnson. From 1953 until her death in 1992, she was perhaps the single most relentless advocate that Black people in Rochester had. To give you just a small sense of her character, she had a personal relationship with Governor Nelson Rockefeller. He called her Mrs. Johnson, and she called him Nelson. Urban renewal posed an immense challenge for community leaders. They often pushed back against specific plans or find a seat at the decision-making table. But there was also an overwhelming need for individual support for Black families who have faced great difficulty in finding housing and other opportunities even before urban renewal began. The city's official relocation aids were seen as largely ineffective. She said, my husband, Tom, and I started out in a little house on Baden Street. We were feeding folks and clothing people. We got them jobs and places to live. Boy, that was a working little house.
Into the gap stepped community leaders, people like Mildred Johnson, Constance Mitchell, Franklin Florence, and others. They solved thousands of major and minor problems for Black people in Rochester, finding housing or work, to representing them in court or helping their children in school. They organized young people and adults to speak out in public meetings like tonight, or at their own protests, like in this picture at the bottom, which was a rally protesting urban renewal. Their service was a manifestation of the strength within Black and brown neighborhoods, even poor, dilapidated ones that urban renewal fundamentally failed to recognize. Without their largely unacknowledged and unpaid work, urban renewal would have been even more damaging than it was. At our local history, we're particularly partial to Connie Mitchell, whose daughter is here tonight. In fact, we helped write this children's book with her that's part of our second grade lesson. And if you haven't gotten a chance to read it yet, we think you and the young kids in your life would really enjoy it. We want to close with one last story. We explored the impact of urban renewal tonight on generational wealth. One story of many that illustrates this impact and comes out of the research from Professor Hockenfelder that we saw earlier and some students at MIT and the elders on Clarissa Street is the story of James Earl Sprague's home in the 3rd Ward. It was demolished in the early 70s. The urban renewal compensation provided them, adjusted for today's dollars, amounts to about $70,000. However, a current estimate based on comparable sales data of homes the same size in that neighborhood still standing today, those homes are selling for $460,000. This stark difference represents a loss of almost $390,000 in potential generational wealth lost.
As we close, here's today's inquiry again. And we'd like to thank Chair Dr. Hawkins, Executive Director Chisholm Straker, and the Commission for having us here today. We hope you've all learned at least something new about Rochester and that you'll take it with you as you continue thinking about ways that we can all work toward repairing past harm and making New York a more equitable place for everyone.
Please know that our organization conducts workshops, usually much longer than this one, and more interactive all across the state in schools, businesses, community organizations, and would love to help you tell these same stories and make sure that our kids and our communities are understanding, owning them, and taking civic action based on it. We hope you get in touch. We hope that you continue to move forward together. Thank you for including us. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. Look forward to the rest of the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. If our local history can just stay for a minute, just so we can acknowledge if there are any questions from the commissioners or anyone from the audience, but we do want to acknowledge that Constance Jefferson is in the room, and if she could stand and be recognized. And I don't know if Tiffany Owens is in the room, the daughter of Reverend Florence. Is she in the room? but we have the honor of working with her at the Urban League of Rochester. So, commissioners, just want to get back to the presentation. Thank you, Our Local History. We are grateful for your presentation today. It was certainly powerful, and I know I learned some things that I did not know here in Rochester. So I want to make room for the commissioners to ask any questions of our presenters. I see Commissioner Jones Austin.
You gave me a promotion.
I did.
I don't think I've earned it, so thank you. I have a question about extrapolation. So much appreciate learning about Rochester. Um, do our presenters have any thoughts about how we can look at the history and the occurrences in one, a geographical area of the state, and think about similar experiences or extrapolated to other parts of the state? How should we go about doing that? Appreciating that Rochester is not, it's unique, but it is not the only locality, municipal government and body to have experienced, discrimination in the form of redlining, even, eminent domain and the like. Any thoughts about how we should extrapolate the learnings here, looking at the rest of the state?
I think that's a really important question. A lot of that work has been done on our website, resistancemapping.org. You can hear this same story as part of our 8th and 11th grade curriculums on redlining, urban renewal, and civil rights, from the 15th Ward neighborhood in Syracuse with I-81 to the Ellicott district of Buffalo, to stories the same thing in Binghamton. I'm thinking of the church in Binghamton on Sherman Place, the AME church there, that was removed and replaced with a white church. I mean, there are stories after stories of this same thing. What we try to do is interview and talk to elders. We try to go into the oral history archives and balance it with the incredibly powerful work that professors like those at UAlbany are doing. And then make sure it's being taught in classrooms. And several thousand kids are learning this history right now. We do believe, though, that in every city and in every town, these stories should be a part of our lessons and our curriculum, and we're here to help do that. So we'd love to be a part of it and help diving into those stories more.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can you come to the microphone, sir, so we can hear your question, and the commissioners on Zoom can hear your question as well?
Either one.
This way.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Asa Adams.
Commissioner, Chair, before, I think that, if I'm not mistaken, one of our other presenters was responding to the question.
He did.
Okay, well, I'll let them respond because I still have a question I would like to have definitely answered, because I like what you guys do with the history of
Okay,
Rochester.
can we pause your
but
question?
There's a missing part.
Just for one moment. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Okay, Commissioner, go ahead.
Mr. Hopfelder was, one of our other presenter was responding to the question.
Oh, we couldn't hear him. Okay.
Yes.
Dreamlabs, can you make that possible so that we can hear Dr. Hochfelder?
We can hear you.
So we can't hear him right now. Okay, I think you can go, Doctor.
I first want to lift up and amplify the work that the Rochester folks are doing. I think it's really, really exciting work and meaningful work. What we have found in our research around the state of New York in finding urban renewal records is that these local records, often held at City Hall or local historical society, are really important in identifying specific individuals, just like the Rochester folks have done. And we're happy to make any and all of our research available. We've inventoried urban renewal records from around 50 locations across the state. It's also important, as the Rochester presenters made clear, to honor the elders and engage with the community on that level. I think Rochester is doing some really important work in urban renewal, redlining, and other forms of housing discrimination. Those stories happened all over the country, all over the state of New York. And identifying people who are directly affected or harmed by these programs, those local records are really, really important to that story. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hochfelder. Elder Adams, if you can come to the microphone.
Okay, I was one of a few people that would say that when I first came to Rochester in '57, you'd be lucky if you had 1,000 black folks here, which is a miracle. But when I came back in '62, it had dramatically changed. Hanover projects went from a basically white project system to damn near all black. That was a short period of time. But the question I really like to ask is, when it comes to this interloop project, the eastern part of the interloop, I can understand it being filled in because it wasn't really truly needed in the first place, because I was here when they was actually digging it out. But what scares me now is the filling in of the northern part, which should be left alone because it should be a landmark society project. But what scares me the most is all the folks north of that loop are going to be affected because the property value is going to go completely off the map. We've all seen it was happening on the East Avenue end. Those folks that are living on Lyndhurst, Wells Street, actually heading to the bridge, their taxes are going to go up stupid. And you got to remember, these people are actually living on fixed income. And it is much cheaper for them to keep their homes than it is to be in one of these crazy apartments. So no one apparently, you want to talk about urban renewal at its worst now? It's the thing you guys thinking about. No one thought about that end, and you're doing the same thing that the guys that did it in the first place. Somehow, you guys have to be put to a stop. You're not looking at the future, you're actually doing the past all over again. I can't afford it, and I'm not even going to allow it. I just learned something recently by dealing with my sister-in-law who lives on Wells Street. For her to live comfortable in one of those apartments, get a load of this, $1,700 a month? Or more. Wait a minute, here to go the crazy part. I might as well talk to y'all, forget about them. The crazy part, if you multiply that times 12, that's crazy. Now you want to think about if she paid her taxes in RG&E, much cheaper for her to stay where? In her house. So you folks are being had under every proposal that they trying to do to you, 1956 all over again. And it's sad that I have to wake you up, but somehow you got to come out of this nightmare that you're living in. I mean, I understand that I would like to see Rochester go to the future, but not at this rate. We can't afford it right now. And be honest with you, with Donald Trump in office, we better start putting things on hold. Because we're not guaranteed to wake up tomorrow morning the same way we're going to go to sleep tonight.
Thank you, Elder Adams. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, commissioners, yes. I just want to make sure that we know that our local history is not, I just want to make that clear. Elder Adams, are you listening? They are not part of the interloop planning. That is not their work. They are providing the history and the context for us to inform our work and to inform you all. So I just want to make that clear. Elder Adams, your time is up. But I just want to make sure that we're all clear on that.
I'm not arguing about the project.
No,
I'm arguing about the thinking of what we have to do to make it work correctly.
We got that. So thank you. We're clear on that. I just wanted to make sure everyone was clear of their role. But we thank you and we honor what you shared. Let's give Elder Adams a round of applause.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Daniel.
Yes, I really appreciate the elder making that point. He talked about the past. But what he is describing is not only the future, it is the now. It's called gentrification. That is the next component of this ongoing displacement of Black people and Black culture. And it is attributed to market forces. The market forces come in, taxes go up, and story after story around the country continue this tragedy that's taking place in our community. So I just wanted to name that because you have urban renewal, redlining, and the modern variant of it is gentrification.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any other commissioners that have any questions for the presenters? Well, thank you again to Our Local History for their presentation. Let's give them another round of applause. All right, we are back on schedule. Thank you, Commissioner Hogues, for your support tonight and for traveling from Buffalo. Before we begin our public hearing section where you have an opportunity to come up and make your voice heard and provide testimony, I want to acknowledge that we have staff from the governor's office here. And so if Shakira Thames would please stand, and Jacob Gilbert Mahoney, if they would stand. This is certainly a testimony of the support from the governor's office, so thank you for being here. And I want to acknowledge that Shakira has certainly been traveling with us, and she was in Queens with us in Buffalo, and we are grateful for her support. So thank you. Thank you for being here to you both. So we want to make room now as we prepare just for those that are have not signed up. We want to make sure that you have an opportunity to sign up. And before we begin, as you're preparing yourself, I want to make room for our invited speaker, but I also want to share how we will communicate because I think it's important. We want to ensure that this forum remains safe, respectful, and action-oriented space, and we ask all attendees to honor the following ways that we will communicate. So we ask that you respect every voice. Every person here has the right to speak and be heard. And we ask that you please listen actively and allow space for different perspectives. Additionally, we want to center solutions and not frustration. We recognize that this is an emotional conversation, and sometimes there are feelings of anger, of grief, of urgency, and those are valid. But we want to channel those emotions into actionable solutions. We ask that there be no personal attacks or hate speech. Passion is welcome, but hostility is not. So we want to uplift and not tear down. Disrespectful language, threats, or personal attacks will not be tolerated. A lot of us are from Brooklyn in here, just saying. But we want to honor the time and space. We want to ensure that all voices are heard. Please be mindful of the time when you're speaking. Each person will have 3 minutes, except our invited speakers. If you are participating in the public speaking segment, we ask that you limit your remarks to the designated time. And if you don't have enough time, remember I've given you several ways that you can submit your testimony. So it'll still be heard. It'll still be submitted as part of this meeting here. We also ask that you stay present and stay engaged. We thank you for being here, and we're here to learn, to grow, and to take some action. This is our opportunity, so we want to avoid disruptions. And if emotions arise, we ask that you take a deep breath, step aside, and get some help, some support, from a colleague. Just help talk me down because this is emotional. But we want to most of all thank you for being part of this conversation. And so we want to create this space to be a space that honors truth, a space that honors healing, and most importantly, a space that honors change. So thank you for being here. And with that, I want to invite someone that I certainly admire and their great work. And we're proud to have the president and CEO of the American Action League, I apologize, Angelica Perez Delgado. She is the president and CEO, and we welcome you to provide remarks at the podium.
As I was listening to the presentation, I can't help but to think that despite Rochester's rich history with innovation and industry, it has never benefited Black and brown folk. And I stopped to think as we were having this conversation and we think about some of the innovation that is happening now in our community with, as close as Syracuse with Micron and some of the other investments that are coming across the state, is really an opportunity for us to not be left behind, and because those new employees are going to require housing and they're going to require things in our community. So I just reflected on that very quickly. We all know it by memory here in Rochester that Poverty has been the thing that has plagued us for a very, very long time. And despite a decline on that poverty rate, we still hold the record in our region for being one of the most poorest region. You know, the discrimination and the lack of housing, and as you drive through some of our neighborhoods and you look at the quality of housing, it is very obvious, the systemic structure. Interesting enough, as I was sitting with Meeks at the table, and we were looking at the maps, it was very interesting because one thing that they took away was community. Community, you know, we all of us who live in that area by Baden can look and know one of my big pet peeves is the unused Coca-Cola big lot of green grass that I would love to program and do community in, but I never see one person. I don't even think I've ever seen anybody cutting that. But those are the lack of assets, right, that we have in our community, and the concentration of poverty that just keeps playing itself out over and over again. At Ibero, our home is right in the heart of the most poorest, the second poorest neighborhood in the entire state, the 14605. We have the great pleasure to be deeply ingrained and committed to the revitalization of the North Clinton corridor, who for a very long time has been ground zero to the highest levels of overdoses and some great disinvestments. But at the same time, that community really came together in 2016 and developed a vision plan to really say, this is what we want in our neighborhood. And out of that, we've been able to build some great community assets so that kids can have a sense of community, even if you're living in some of the poorest neighborhoods. As I thought about what to focus on in my few minutes for remarks, is that the biggest reparation we have to make is in education. And I really thought about that because our community just replays a vicious cycle in education that not only impacts us in this moment, but this is our future 20 years from now, right? These are the children who will lead the way. So for me, having a stable school district, having neighborhoods that have community resources and places for children to engage and for youth to be youth and not have to be anything else is one of the greatest investments that I think our community can make. Unfortunately, revitalizing our neighborhoods in the way that we want it is very expensive, and it's not the most appealing for some investors, right? To be able to flip the housing stock, to be able to make new affordable homes so that people can buy and own their homes, it's something that can be very challenging. And then what happens is similar to what we saw in these beautiful pictures. You take thousands of homes and you end up with triple times affordable housing, concentrated poverty, and we don't get to live anywhere else outside than those concentrated areas. I think our biggest disadvantage is we don't get to live anywhere else other than the city of Rochester. The thought of working poor families even considering living or renting in a suburb is virtually impossible for many. So with that said, you know, there's a lot of injustice that especially the Black community has experienced, and by default, you guys know the Puerto Rican community is always not too far behind, and now we're seeing a whole new wave of Latinos that are being dragged into the disparities that our community is experiencing, and really perpetuating poverty. I get the great pleasure to walk into a lot of people's homes. And I have to tell you that in our own community, I have walked into apartments that cost $1,800 that I wouldn't even pay $200 for, that I wouldn't even live in myself. So that requires a lot of people to come together, whether it's code enforcement, whether it's providing landlords the incentives that they need to be able to bring up those units and make them livable, whether it's home ownership programs, whatever it may take, making more single homes within our community. We've talked about condominiums, right? The concept of people owning a condom, not a condom, but a condo in the city of Rochester are things that our community doesn't get to think about. So I've learned a lot today, and it is my great pleasure to be able to share my perspective as a poor kid who grew up on North Clinton Avenue, who knows exactly what it is to be poor, to be out there on your own at 16 years old. I still say that the biggest reparation and the greatest way to build wealth in our community is to rebuild those neighborhoods for our children and ensure that they have a stable and quality education for our future. So I hope that, I know that's a little far off from urban renewal, but I hope that we can make those connections as we're building our neighborhoods in our community. So thank you so much for letting me share.
Thank you, Angelica Perez Delgado. We are grateful for your support and your leadership. So with preparation for our meeting, we are excited that we have 31 people signed up for public testimony. We want you to know that if you haven't signed up, the sign up will close at 8:30. At 30 minutes before, we will give you notice that public hearing will be closing, so only those that are already signed up will have an opportunity to speak. So just wanted to make sure that we shared that. So with that, we're going to prepare for our first individual to speak, and that is Dr. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me see yours for a second. I'm sorry. My list closed on me. So I'm calling you in names of three so that we can prepare, and we have Dr. LaShonda Leslie Smith, who is first, and then we have Lamika Wilson and Solomon Titus Taylor. And I apologize if I pronounce any names incorrectly just in advance. Please forgive me, but certainly when you come to the microphone, please submit your name and the organization that you're associated with one, if you'd like. But we just wanted to make sure we have that because there is a note taker that's on the call. So we have Rose Notes on the call with us taking notes. So thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dr. LaShonda Leslie Smith, and I come from a family where generational wealth was never a possibility because each generation was forced to start from a deficit. A deficit not created by personal failure, but by systemic exclusion, by redlining, as we heard this evening, by policies that strip Black families of opportunities to own homes, to build businesses, to pass down wealth. The neighborhoods that many Black Americans live in today, the ones that remain segregated, underfunded, and disproportionately poor, are not by accident. Again, we heard that today. This was not a coincidence. They were the result of intentional government-sanctioned actions that determined who had access to prosperity and who was left behind struggling to survive. For the first time in my family's history, I have been able to break that cycle. I am the first generation to send a child to college and fully support them into adulthood, rather than needing them to become a financial contributor at the age of 18 just to help make ends meet because we had more month than money. I feel honored, I feel privileged, and at times I feel middle-class guilt. Not because I didn't work hard, but because I know others who came from the exact same place as me, from the exact circumstances, never got the same chance. At Connected Communities, where I work, we are using a different model, one that treats neighborhoods as economic ecosystems, capable of breaking the cycle of intergenerational poverty. We are proving that when you invest in people, and you invest in place, and you invest in economic opportunity, you do not just create equity, you create transformation. Reparations are not a handout. Reparations are a necessary correction, a moral obligation, a long overdue acknowledgement that this country and this state owe a debt to Black Americans that cannot be ignored any longer. We cannot rebuild what was stolen in places like the Greenwood District of Tulsa, Oklahoma, also known as Black Wall Street. But we can repair the harm that was done by white economic envy. We can invest in Black communities with the same intentionality with which they were dismantled. The question before us today is not whether or not reparations are deserved. The evidence is undeniable. The question is, do we have the courage to act? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Leslie Smith. We are grateful for your testimony. Next, we have Lamika Wilson. Lamika Wilson, are you still here? If you're not, here, we'll prepare for Solomon Titus Taylor.
And we have the ability to use both microphones as well, so.
I would like to say welcome, Rochester, to this tremendous event on this evening. My name is Solomon Titus Taylor, and reparations to me is everything that we're talking about here tonight, because I am a descendant of the Titus Africans from 1746 here in America. I am also a descendant of Bilal Muhammad, one of the first Muslims that was brought to these lands in 1803. So I am reparations here in America. And these things need to take place. We know what happened with the transatlantic slave trade. We know what happened with our people that came across these shores and helped build this nation. We know what happened. So today I stand before you, a 64-year-old man here in Rochester, New York, born and raised here in Rochester, New York. And the photo that's in my phone is my grandmother that was on one of those photos on the screen on Philander Street and during the time of the 1964 riots. I am now an elder here in the city of Rochester with over 300 family members living here in the city of Rochester. But my voice is also that of my family members across this nation that have been displaced because of slavery, that have gone through things because of slavery, and that are standing today and have learned that because of reparations that did not come, we had to stand. And we produced lawyers, we produced councilmen, we produced teachers, educators, police officers, to include a police chief in Washington, D.C. So we stand on who we are as a people, but still yet understand, and I'm sorry for going back and forth, but this is Rochester. And if we're the second to go through this fight for reparations after the state of California, then we need to become the first to make sure that things happen for all of our people here in this country because of what took place in our lives. I am now, like I said, an elder for my family. And if we were to go back to Africa and I had to stand before my people, I would be next in line to be king. So I stand as king of my family, and I stand as a representative here of the city of Rochester. Demond Meeks, I almost raised him. So look where he is now. So we will stand together as a family here in the city of Rochester and across this nation to do what we have to do. Thank you very much. The fight is not over. The fight has just begun, and it will continue to fight on our watch. This is on our watch, and I thank you very much.
Elder Taylor, just 1 second. Can you give us your grandmother's name?
My grandmother's name was Ella Titus.
Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate your testimony. With that, we're going to make room for Shay Herbert, Dr. Candace Lucas, and Christopher Wilson. Shay Herbert.
So, good evening, members of the New York State Reparations Commission, colleagues, and fellow New Yorkers. My name is Shay Herbert, representing the New York Civil Liberties Union's Racial Justice Center, and in partnership with New Yorkers for Reparations, which is a coalition with over 70 organizations committed to securing reparations for Black New Yorkers. As a proud Rochesterian with deep roots in this community, I stand before you not only as a resident, but as an advocate in this community. I work with an organization that ensures that the basic human needs of Black people are met. My journey here has intertwined with the lives of countless individuals, particularly our Black youth. I am a mentor at a local theater with a mission to teach our youth how to write and produce plays. I am someone who consistently show up and have been recognized by the city of Rochester as someone who is dedicated to the solution. I am here today because to intentionally address longstanding challenges in our communities, we must start at the root of the problem. I want to bring sharp focus to a couple barriers and systemic inequalities, policing and environmental racism, the unequal systems that Black Americans have been forced to navigate are not unintended ramifications. These are the residual impacts of slavery that still greatly impact Black people in Rochester. I will begin by acknowledging the racist history and continued harmful practices of the Rochester Police Department. And most of us may know, the Rochester Police Department was originally formed as an unstructured system of volunteers acting as watchmen with the task of controlling former enslaved people and dehumanizing them, mainly with verbal and physical violence that left many recently freed Black people with added trauma. Today, Rochester is among some of the heaviest police cities across the country, and the Rochester Police Department is one of the most violent police forces in the state of New York. I was raised within one of the poorest zip codes in Rochester and have firsthand witnessed my Black uncles, friends, and community members be targeted and fall victim to excessive use of force by police, with the officer's intention being to inflict fear and uphold a sense of superiority over Black people in this city. Another prominent issue here in Rochester is the clear environmental racism that a high percentage of Black families have been affected by. Take the Cornhill neighborhood, for example, a prominently Black neighborhood that became a target for urban renewal and highway planners, and by 1972, Route 490 cut through Cornhill, ultimately demolishing nearly every home and business, exposing them to environmental toxins. People lost investments in their homes, businesses, and cultural institutions, from jazz clubs to civic clubs and community centers. They were displaced and had to close entirely. Nearly 900 families were displaced and uprooted. Black neighborhoods in Rochester are the most impacted by gross air, lead, contaminated water, and there are hardly any available green spaces in Black neighborhoods. This has an adverse effect on pollution and the property values of these homes in these neighborhoods compared to white neighborhoods. Reparations will be the start of New York taking a true accountable look and acknowledge the harm that follows the legacy of slavery, and it will be a tangible step towards prosperity for all New Yorkers. Thank you.
Thank you. And Shay, if you had more and if you wanted to send it to the commission, you can send your testimony to the commission. So thank you. Next, we have Dr. Candace Lucas, representing the Urban League of Rochester.
All right.
Just had to say that.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners, fellow Rochesterians. The call for reparations is not simply about acknowledging the wrongs of the past or providing financial payouts to individuals. It's not just about figuring out who can trace their ancestry back the farthest or who can demonstrate they've been harmed the most. Those are just tactics that continue to divide our community. It's about righting the historical wrongs, healing generational trauma, and addressing the injustices that continue to leave countless Black New Yorkers behind, uneducated, disproportionately incarcerated, living unhealthy lifestyles, dying prematurely, and so many more ills. First, New York must confront its legacy of slavery. Even though it was a free state by the time of the Civil War, New York continued to benefit from the enslavement of Africans. New York's economy was built on the backs of enslaved Black people who labored on the farms, in homes, and throughout the city, helping to establish the wealth of this state. This is a history that has been erased, overlooked, and dismissed for far too long. The fact that so many people didn't even know that New York was a slave state is part of the problem. Our students must be educated on the full and true history of our state and our country. For decades, Black families in New York were denied mortgages, access to quality housing, fair employment opportunities based on discriminatory policies that sought to segregate communities. For example, while white families got to live in beautiful subdivisions built just for them, some known as Levittown in suburbs of Long Island, in Brooklyn, where I happen to be from, we got Marcy projects and other housing developments. New York must significantly invest in urban communities through greenlining to counteract the effects of redlining. Dollars must go to homeowners to fix up and restore their homes, not just watch them get, sorry, I can't read my handwriting. Not just watch them get torn down. The systemic disadvantages faced by Black communities in housing, education, healthcare, and employment continue to perpetuate because of the inequities of the past. Reparations for Black New Yorkers is about atonement, reconciliation, and investment in Black communities and Black lives. It is about being bold and steadfast in dismantling the structures of oppression that have existed for centuries and ensuring that the next generation of Black New Yorkers has the tools, resources, and opportunities to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lucas. Next, we will hear from Christopher Wilson, Tatiana Welch, and Lori Thomas, if they are here.
Hello, good evening. My name is Christopher Wilson. I am here with Real Boss Kids, a charity we put together a couple of years ago to help children of Rochester. Also, I'm the CEO of Verdant Global, probably one of the only Black renewable energy and critical infrastructure companies operating today in America. We are talking about the problems here and all the things here, and I want to give you a little bit of my perspective so you know who I am and why I'm speaking the way I am. My mother is white, Irish, Dutch, and English, and my father is from Tanzania, Africa. And you say, well, what does that matter? That means I'm pretty much on the line. I don't care what color you are. I care what you're doing. I care who you are. I care that you show up. My mother worked for City Hall. She was there during the whole thing, and my mother was white. So she heard conversations that a lot of people didn't hear about the interloop and what happened and what went on. And we saw what happened. And after that, I was inspired. I said, you know what, when I grow up, I've got to do something. And if I can come back to my city and go learn something somewhere and bring it back, I would. And I did. And I went to City Hall years ago, 8 years ago, and I gave them this plan right here, this exact plan. And it was for circular economic sustainable development, 1.8 million square feet, of which I have the blueprints for right here. And they looked at me like I was stupid, like I was crazy. So you know what I did? I went back and I got a degree just this last July from Cambridge University in circular economic sustainability. And I live over on Clifford and Clinton Avenue and wake up every night to people losing their damn minds because of this project. And then when I go to City Hall and all the other people, and I say, look, I did this. They say, Chris, you got to do that. And then I go do that. And then they say, Chris, you got to do this. And then I go do this. And you know what happens? They say, Chris, you got to do that. So Chris is tired of doing that. And since I have new friends from over in Cambridge and new opportunities to bring money to communities, then I got to ask, well, Chris, where's your community? Where are the people that are in charge? I know the communities are. I know if I told them right now, and they really believe me, that I could bring $450 million to help redevelop this community and show them that we already have the money here, I bet you it would be totally different because I'm not the usual suspect. Okay, I'm not the usual black person that gets the opportunity here, and I'm definitely not the white person. But I've heard it from both sides, and I believe it's time to remove that separation, so move all that stuff out the way, and we start working together as people of color. And that's the problem. And I literally have the plan right here and been turned away multiply or been ignored. And I've emailed and called some of the people in this room, and they look at me like I'm crazy or try to say that I'm trying to cut the line. I don't cut anybody's line. The thing we need to start learning to use is FOIA. That is freedom of information. So when that money comes down the line or when it's not coming down the line, we put a FOIA on it. And you know what? You and me might only need to know how to answer certain questions or ask certain questions. It's not always the answer. It's a way you ask it. It's who's asking it. And if I get my professors from Cambridge with degrees in economics and circular sustainability, I bet you we'll get the answers we need, and I bet you we have the money because money is imaginary and made up. And why can't we imagine that everybody has enough money to do stuff that makes sense when we got the plans and the talent right here in Rochester? We don't need talent from elsewhere. We need to work on the talent here.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
God bless you all.
Mr. Wilson, if you can share your plan, if you wanted to share it, and if we could submit it, if you want to submit it as part of the testimony, we welcome you to do that. But we have your contact information, but I want to encourage you to do that. Next, we have Tatiana Welch, if you're here, and then we'll have Lori Thomas.
Everybody, I hope everyone is well. Thank you all for coming and participating. So,
get started. My name is Tatiana Welch, and I stand before you today as a parent, an advocate, and a believer in the power of education. But I'm also here as a descendant of enslaved Africans, carrying the weight of a legacy that continues to shape our lives today. I've seen firsthand the transformative potential of learning when it's tailored to individual needs and driven by passion, not standardized tests. That's why I'm here to talk to you about educational justice, reparations, and a revolutionary idea, learning savings accounts. Yes, we know what learning savings accounts are, but our current education system is failing too many of our children. It's a system that's designed for mass production, not individual flourishment. In New York State, school districts receive between $20,000 and $40,000 per student each year. But what if those funds followed the child, empowering families to create the best learning environment possible? Imagine this, a learning savings account funded by the state that parents can use to pay for educational expenses, meaning things like homeschooling costs, curriculum materials, tutors, and even field trips. Things like private school tuition, expanding options for families who want alternatives to traditional public schools. Also, learning pods, like the ones I've created, where small groups of students learn together in a personalized and supportive environment, whether long school suspension or homeschooled in general. This isn't about abandoning public education, because we love our public education system. We want it to be better. It's about empowering families with choice and control. It's about recognizing that one size does not fit all when it comes to learning. A learning savings account will be able to promote educational equity. It will be giving families, especially those in underserved communities, the resources to access the education that best meets their children's needs. It will help foster innovation by encouraging the development of diverse and creating learning models. It will also increase parental involvement, making parents an active participant in their children's education and not having to also worry about food being on the table. But let's be clear, learning savings accounts are just one piece of the puzzle. We need a comprehensive approach to reparations that addresses the deep injustices caused by the legacy of slavery and the systemic racism for centuries. We demand justice for the trauma that continues to haunt our communities, the post-traumatic slave syndrome that manifests in disparities in mental health, education, and all economic well-being. We demand recognition of the economic exploitation that built this nation on the backs of enslaved Africans. We demand a share of the wealth that was generated by our ancestors, forced labor. We demand bonds, stocks, and trust funds that will be provided opportunities for future generations. We demand free college tuition for descendants of the African diaspora, a chance to break the cycle of poverty and inequity that has been perpetrated by the systemic racism for centuries. This is not about charity. This is about justice. It's about acknowledging the debt that is owned and taking concrete steps to repair the harm that has been done. It's time to reimage education, to invest in our children, and to create a system where every child has the opportunity to thrive. It's time for reparations, for healing, for justice. Let's make it now.
Yeah. Thank you. Ms. Welch, if you want to submit, if you've forgotten anything, you can submit that as part of the testimony. Next, we have Lori Thomas. Thank you, Ms. Welch.
Good evening. The federal government promised us 40 acres and a mule, which was essentially a proposal to give each formerly enslaved family a plot of 40 acres of land and a mule to help them establish economic independence and generational welfare. So I did some math. There are 340 million people in America. 14% is what we all agree upon as African American, or some people call black. Okay, that's 47,600,000. If we give those individuals 40 acres and a mule based on an average of New York State, North Carolina, and California properties, it would only take $1,809,000,000. Give me my 40 acres and a mule. We were not guaranteed an education. We were not guaranteed a home. We were not guaranteed food, clothing, or shelter. We were promised 40 acres and a mule. And that's all I want, 40 acres and a mule. So I've done some few observations here. In 1935, the leadership was white, and we raised our voice and effected change. Today, our leaders are black, and we suffer under the same conditions, but we have no voice. You got to ask why. Why are our black leaders allowing our children to fail? 14 and 16% ELA and math scores? and they want to be reelected and are reelected.
Come on, talk about
By the people, by the way.
it. Talk about
1% of 14% of the Rochester population is 290 people. There are not 290 people here. We will never get what we deserve because we will never stand and fight for it. We will not come together. We will not join our voices. We will elect leaders who work for them and not for us. We will believe their narrative instead of the reality of our narrative. And as long as we do that, we're never going to have our 40 acres and a mule. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. We appreciate your testimony. I just want to acknowledge that we have our president of the city council here, Miguel Melendez, so I want to acknowledge if he can wave his hand or stand and make opportunity if he wanted to provide remarks, we would absolutely submit the mic to him. Next we have, we have Reverend Myra Brown, Felicia Young, and Sharice Bufus Scott. If you're in the room, you're up next. So is Reverend Myra Brown here? She had to leave. But we thank her for her work that she's doing here locally. Felicia Young, you are next, if you're still here. If you had to leave, it's okay. Sharice Scott, I know Sharice is here. Bufus Scott, I thought I saw her in the room. No?
Yep.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
The little projector was blocking me, Dr. Hopkins.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Sharice Bufus Scott. Today I come to you as just a community member, someone whose family has been impacted from the beginning, from the moment they stepped on this land. I read an article while I was sitting here as you guys were going through your minutes, and in the article, it was a man from Greer, Oklahoma, who was talking about how he had no idea that his family enslaved slaves under their name. A story that I am very familiar with, as my family passed through the transatlantic slave trade by entry of the Louisiana ports, and were taken by an Irish family by the last name Greer that my family still carries, and taken on to Oklahoma, where our language, our culture, and everything was stripped from my family. My great-great-grandfather Greer was able to do amazing things, and my great-grandparents started ministries, and they spoke all over this nation about advocacy and empowering people. They fought through the Jim Crow era and the civil rights movement, and this is, as far as I know, my history goes. On the other side of my family, my grandmother, Esther Eddings, who married my grandfather, Grant Greer, in Oklahoma. They met on the sharecropping land where my family was enslaved. My grandmother was pushed from Alabama. She was in the Trail of Tears. My family's land, history, everything was snatched and taken from them. People act as though Native Americans were not dark-skinned, were not brown. I keep her picture up as a legacy in my office. She was a dark brown chocolate woman that when the government came to verify who she was and that that's where she had moved to, out of fear, because Black Native Americans were treated worse than African Americans during that time, my grandma denied her lineage. And so we have no right to the land that we rightfully belong on. This is rightfully our land. And reparations could look like so many things to me. But I remember vividly when in 2017, the state of California took my father's whole estate for Medicaid, to where that was the end of our generational wealth. That should have been something to elevate finally, all the work that my ancestors made, that should have been something to finally elevate and give my father's grandchildren, children and grandchildren and descendants a fighting chance at generational wealth. And however the reparations come out, not only do we need to make it known that descendants of slavery still exist, descendants of Black Native Americans still exist, and those harms have not been written right.
Thank you. We are grateful for your testimony today. And if you have more to submit, I know that we are running out of time. 3 minutes goes very quickly. Please submit your testimony to our website at ny.gov/reparations. If you go to contact us, our email is there, and our email is on the screen right here. So thank you. So next we have Mr. Sean Dunwoody, if he's here, if he's still here. Oh, he is here. I should have said renowned artist Sean Dunwoody.
I'm going to say thank you to everyone. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. How are you doing tonight? All right, I'm going to keep it short and I'm going to keep it brief. This is going to be under 3 minutes because I can't submit things online. We all understand that reparations are important. It needs to happen. So that's not here my argument. That's not my cause. What I want to do is just talk about one particular era. As Elder Asa, you still here, was mentioning, my partner Suzanne and I have been working on the reconnecting communities and the inner loop. And we do see the fear of what Elder Asa mentioned. So we've been working with individuals like Demond Meeks, Senator, to make things happen, to make sure that the communities just north of the inner loop are not harmed, that they can remain in their homes. Maybe this reparations funds could go towards an anti-displacement fund so that those individuals who are in their home who can't afford their taxes now have a fund that helps their taxes. Let us figure out ways that we can build housing with auxiliary dwelling units within the home so that now mom and dad are there and grandma can live downstairs. Grandma can now age in place. The children can now come into the home. This creates a stream of generational wealth in the neighborhood. So if we have the momentum and movement to do it now, I please ask you, do what's right with this reparations as they shine the light on the inner loop, being the beacon of the great thing that's happening in Rochester. Don't forget about the families that have been there and lived there right next to it. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunwoody. And Mr. Dunwoody, if you have more, you please submit it to the website at reparationscommission@reparations.newyork.gov. Thank you. Next, we have Suzanne Mayer, if you're here. If you're not here, we welcome Dan T. Butler, Ethelene Lawrence, and Elizabeth McGriff. Are those individuals still here?
I am Suzanne Mayer, but my partner just spoke for me, so thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Well, thank you for being here. So is Dan T. Butler here? All right, Reverend Dan left. Ethelene Lawrence.
Yes, my name is Ethelene Lawrence, and I'm just a
You
citizen.
can pull the mic closer, just to you a little bit, if you don't mind. Thank you.
I'm just a citizen in Rochester, lived here all my life. And I'm just, I mean, I look at the black community, and I get very sad because I know that what happened to us was by design. And I know that the only way we're gonna fix it is we as black people got to come together and make it happen.
That's right.
We got to do it. Because I done lived here a long time, and I'm a senior, and I haven't seen no change for us. Not through the government, local, state, or national. Haven't seen it. Reparations is due, and we will get it. Because that's by universal law, not man's law. And I would like to see things get better for us, but I don't see it coming through laws and policies of man. I do not see it. Affirmative action, DEI and all that stuff, that wasn't about nothing. It wasn't even for us. It was just language, word games. It didn't do nothing for us. And I want to tell my people, y'all, we got to get together, we got to come together and help ourselves. That's what we got to do. Right. You talking about, oh God, because I didn't write nothing down. I don't write nothing down. I speak from my heart.
Oh, thank you.
When they talk about gentrification, urban renewal, it's still going on. Still going on. Right now, elderly people have homes they want to leave to their children, but the houses are falling down because they haven't had the monies to fix them up. And then, go get a grant, go get a leg grant, go get this. The only thing the city come in there and do is outside of the house. For what? Curb appeal. That's all it is. It's about curb appeal. They ain't gonna help you with your plumbing, your electricity, your foundation. They're not gonna do none of that. Okay? Make it look good on the outside, even though the floor is falling in on the inside. Okay? And then, you know, I just gotta speak the truth how I see it, and I've been seeing it for years. I'm a senior citizen, and I see it. I've seen it for years.
Thank you, Elder Ethelene Lawrence. So next, we want to make room. I just want to call Elizabeth McGriff one more time to make sure you're not still here. King Tremaine is next, Terry Chaka is next, and Elder Adams is next. So King Tremaine, Terry Chaka, and Elder Adams. So King Tremaine is first, and then Terry Chaka and Elder Adams.
How you doing?
Oh, is that Ms. I'm sorry, thank you.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth McGriff, and I was wondering, you know, what to say, and then I began to think of the things that people have already said. And the question is, what will reparation do for me? Will it change my history, not knowing my elders, because they died very young? Will it change or restore the education lost by a system that's hasn't been well for us? Will it change the folks that are in jail, incarcerated, exploited by low wages, $60, and then they sell it in the market for much more? My hope is when restoration happens, it'll be put back in the communities that have been harmed by this. It would give people the education that they need to go to school and have a better life. There's this saying by your zip code, wherever you're born in, that defines who you'll be. Give people an opportunity to raise themselves up and to have an education and create community wealth to be put back in those communities so people can thrive. I just wanted to tell a little bit of my family history. When the white flight was leaving Rochester, my dad had an opportunity. He was a builder. He built foundations. And housing is the biggest foundation for people in our community. We have an increased amount of homelessness. Gentrification will not happen gentrification will happen if our government continues to act in the way it's acting now. Right now, like Asa said earlier, we see the reverse that happened in the past, we see it now, and we need to change that.
Thank you. We thank you, Mrs. McGriff. If you could introduce yourself at the microphone, we thank you for being here today. And thank you all for being patient. For those that are still interested in public comment, you are welcome to go to the back and sign up or sign up online. Public comment is still open. Thank you.
Good evening. King Tremaine with the Black American Tribe Task Force. I would like to begin by reasserting, redemanding transparency by this commission. First in Buffalo in November, then again in Queens in December, we asked for transparency as to what the commission was doing in real time. We still have yet to receive that. There's no expense report, for example, or budget as far as what the commission is working on. Specifically, though, what I'm talking about is the subcommittee put together an expert witness list, or so-called expert witness list, that we have not been able to examine. If we cannot examine this witness list, then we cannot ask questions, the appropriate questions that we want to ask. We are done being spoken for without being representing ourselves and holding the people who are representing us accountable. Moving on to lineage-based remedies and reparations. To quote Brother M, because I didn't get his permission to use his name, so we'll call him Brother M here from Rochester within a work group. Ideologies are the mental software that programs how we move. But here's the chess move. Is that software outdated? Can it be updated to meet the current algorithm? For context for everyone here, the software is Pan-Africanism, AKA flat blackness, AKA race-based approach to reparations. The current algorithm is the current legal standing that race-based remedies are indeed, in fact, unconstitutional. Divine Prince, when he was the president of the U.S. Freedman Project, when he was in Albany with you on 2/15/25, asked you to examine number 8 of your duties, which asked this commission to recommend appropriate remedies. Appropriate remedies would be appropriate legislation. Appropriate legislation would be laws that, in fact, that can be passed. A law that is unconstitutional, even if it is passed, will be overturned and not withstand legal scrutiny. So again, to furthermore, Brother Howard Eagle wrote this commission. Neither him nor Mr. Prince were ever acknowledged for their oral or written submissions by this commission. He asked this commission if you would stand with the people, the community of the community commissions on reparations and remedies, if you would stand with the people and demand that the legislation that convened this commission be amended to include lineage-based remedies, which is the only thing that will withstand the legal scrutiny that is the context of the law that exists right now. To my knowledge, we have not received any information regarding that, no feedback from the commission regarding that, which is imperative to how we move, because there's no sense in going further, definitely no sense in us asking our legislators to give you an extension, because it'll all be for naught. We're not going to propose legislation that's not going to get us anywhere. Finally, a lot of members of this commission seem to think that holding on to this idea of Pan-Africanism is what's most important, like there's some type of battle between that and lineage-based remedies. That's not what exists. What actually exists is evolution versus stagnation. Why is this commission still stagnated and not evolving with the rest of the country? California has proposed 2 bills, AB 1315, SB 518. Both of them are lineage-based resolutions and bills for remedies for reparations.
Thank you, Mr. Tremaine. If you could submit the rest of that, and then I will make sure we flag that so that we can respond to you. So
Absolutely.
I apologize. So
I ask that this commission stop being stagnated and evolve with the demands of the people.
Thank you, Mr. Tremaine. I appreciate your testimony. Next, we have Terry Chaka.
Okay. I grew up during the 50s and 60s on Frost Avenue between Jefferson and Genesee. We were the first black family in that area, if you can believe that. So, you know, people who think of that area, you know, couldn't imagine it without black folk there. So, although I've lived in other cities, I'm back there now because I inherited that family property. And I feel like, it still feels like home. And so one of the reasons that, you know, I kind of elected to stay there is because I feel that that neighborhood needs me. I'm just one person, but I'm also not a person that likes to just talk about things. I'm about action. And those people who know me know that I had one of the largest black bookstores here in Rochester during the 80s and 90s. And they also know that I spent time at the Baobab Cultural Center for little or no money, teaching our students about themselves. So a lot of this, reparations is not just about the dollar, but it is about identity recognition. It's about dealing with generational trauma. So we need for people to, we need for a reparations committee to be able to support those entities, and financial literacy. So there's a lot there that has to go on. So it's not just about the dollar amount, because we know that in the past that we have had, that black people have had our own, we've had our own places, our own cities, and they were destroyed. So how, even after all of this, if we get up on our feet and are able to accomplish a whole lot of things, how is it going to also be protected? That question has not come up. There's a lot more that I could say, but for now, that's it.
Thank you, Elder Chaka. If you want to submit your testimony or call in your testimony, either way is certainly appropriate, and we would appreciate that. Thank you for being here today. Next, we would like to call Elder Adams, if he's still here.
My God, it got quiet. I'm not here to hold a war. I'm finna turn my 3 minutes over to a friend of mine, because I believe I said enough. And I believe everyone has the message.
Well, we appreciate you, Elder, for being here. Thank you.
How you doing, Doc?
Hello, how are you?
I'm fantastic. It's always a pleasure.
For the record, if you could,
yes.
I was going to say.
My name is Clay Harris, for those who do not know me. Well, thank you.
We all know you.
I'm going to be just straight up. I didn't used to believe in reparations because, one, I thought it, I'm a peacemaker, right? I don't like conflict per se, and I like to bridge gaps and et cetera. And I didn't want a conflict between us and America, right? Black people against white people, or those who don't believe in it, whether they black or white, in reparations. But over the last couple of years, I've came to realize, and the second reason was I didn't think we could afford it, because we were like $34 trillion in debt. This was a national, not state. And I was like, it's going to be too much money. We got to get rid of the debt. We're going to be in bankruptcy as a country, right? However, when I saw the borders just flung open and anybody and everybody came in, we got about 20 million just came in, and the government is taking care of them, I was like, I think they can afford us to give us reparations. They can afford people who don't even belong here, right? So I've came around, and I have decided to support it. Another thing, and this is for you guys, Governor, all these commissioners, how we gonna pay for it, right? New York State, right? I got two great ideas. One is they've legalized marijuana now, okay? And they're making a lot of money. I don't know where this money going, but I think a percentage of that should go towards reparation. Secondly, which I thought they should have just decriminalized and not legalized. I won't go into it. Secondly, the lotto. I think a portion of that lottery, because from what I heard, now they're going to put it up to $5, per. Used to be $1 an ounce, $2, going to be $5. That's a lot of revenue they're going to be bringing in. I think a percentage of that should be allocated towards reparation. Another thing, which I have a problem with, we here in Rochester are committing gentrification on steroids. Right here, right now. This ain't 1950 or 1960, it's right now. Because of the real estate and the investors and the taxes and everything, and this inner loop that they about to put $1 billion in further downtown, and it should be invested into the neighborhoods.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. We are grateful for your testimony. And if you have more, please use the call-in number, because we know you have a lot to say, and we want to make sure that we provide you that number at 518-473-3997.
I'm sure I will do that. Thank you.
Thank you. We are grateful for your testimony in all seriousness. Next, we want to make room we do have Assemblymember Meeks on the list, and I wanted to know if you were giving personal testimony or are you all set? I'll speak. Okay. Assemblymember Damon Meeks, and after Assemblymember Meeks, I have Bruick, Keisha Forrester, and Anita Jones are next.
So I just want to say, you've heard a number of people speak today about some of the development that's coming down the inner loop. This $223 million project as far as filling in the inner loop and preparing it for what's to come, development. We secured $100 million from the state of New York, another $100 million from the federal government, and we're working on the additional $23 million. If we look at our community right now as it relates to gentrification or development, there's a number of development projects that are going on, and I think that we as a community have to be intentional in this space as it relates to generating wealth from these development projects. One of the first conversations that I had when we met regarding when I was at the table regarding the inner loop was we need funding and resources to make sure that individuals from our community have an opportunity to generate wealth. With that, we were able to secure hundreds of thousands of dollars from the federal government to help begin to train individuals from our community. We also have some development going up in our neighborhoods, some of it by way of our churches. But if we look at major development in our community, it's very seldom that you see black and brown bodies working on them. That's not on the government. Part of it is. It calls for 30%. But if it's our community, we also have to have a voice as a member of our community. I've talked to other communities across New York State. They say, brother, we don't deal with that. I said, well, how did y'all push back against it? They said, well, eventually we were able to get some agreements as it relates to the labor before it took place. But they would actually go and march onto these projects as a community and say, we need to speak to the developers. We need to speak to whoever is spearheading this project. And they would simply tell them they're not available. They said, well, we don't know how you're going to move forward with this project unless we speak to those people and they agree that we get X amount of jobs as it relates to this development. So I'm saying to us as a community, the power of the people is far stronger than the people in power. And for far too long, we sort of lost track of that as a community. I grew up in a Baptist church. There were rules and guidelines as it relates to who walks and who speaks from the pulpit. But what I notice is a lot of our churches, if you're a politician, you get the pulpit. Somebody know what I'm talking about, but historically that just wasn't the case, and I just think that we sort of lost sight because we've been sort of bamboozled as to who the power brokers are, and the power brokers are the members of the community. So I hold a political seat, but I subscribe to servant leadership, and I have not lost sight of who I am, who I'm from, and whose I am. So I think that we got to do better in that space. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Assemblymember Meeks. I just want to make room for President Melendez, who's here. I did text you. I don't think you saw it, but I wanted to make an opportunity for you to make remarks if you wanted to, please.
Well, good evening. Thank you for having me. My name is Miguel Melendez, City Council member. First and foremost, I want to acknowledge that I have my daughter with me, my 12-year-old daughter, Aaliyah, because I wanted her to experience and hear from the community as well. What I wanted to say tonight, and the reason I think this is critically important, is the state of New York can act. We know that right now the federal government will not. And it has been decades and decades, lifetimes and lifetimes, where the federal government has not acted. And this commission has an opportunity to invest in black communities across our state and to do so in a way that is meaningful. And it is my hope that the remedies that come from the community, the solutions that you're hearing tonight, that they are lifted at a state level, at a statewide level, and that we here in Rochester can help elevate those voices and create opportunities, because the federal government isn't coming to save us. It's very clear under this current administration, it's not happening, and frankly, even when Democrats have had the office, we have not been able to move. So let's be very clear that the state of New York has an opportunity. I'm very thankful for Assemblymember Meeks for his leadership in this space. And we have a lot more work to do, but I'm here for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. President Melendez, we are grateful for you. Next, I want to make sure that we call again Bruick. If I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly, I apologize. And then we have Keisha Forrester and Anita Jones.
It's Brooke.
Brooke, I'm sorry.
It's okay, it's okay. To the commission, you were set up to fail. Other commissions had executive directors, staff, research, and legal teams, and this one, you weren't even allowed to speak to each other before being sworn in. Does that include relatives, or is that a conflict? Anyway, if you know the law, you know that this bill and this commission is a time-wasting, heel-spinning joke. More democratic symbolism over substance. Why pass a blatantly illegal, unconstitutional bill, then use taxpayer funds for a commission? Commissioners may not be getting paid, but other staff and researchers are. Race-based compensation will never become law. And this isn't just a valid point, it's constitutional law. And as we have seen with the overturning of DEI and affirmative action, labeling it African descent doesn't change its race-based nature. Legislators can pass bills, but that doesn't mean they'll survive legal scrutiny. Legal scrutiny like Ed Blum, who is laser focused on knocking this bill down. The Freedmen Project went to legislators and told them that they got it wrong. They told them they wanted it amended. They told them to repeal the existing bill currently signed into law. The Freedmen came in hand with a constitutional bill with the recipients based on our legal status as freedmen. They went around to different legislators and the Assembly and State Senate. They talked to them, they sat with them, they sent letters and phone calls, but due to what I can only assume is the inability of legislators to see themselves benefiting from this legal bill, we faced what we always face in this country, except this time it's from skinfolk, proving in action that they aren't the kinfolk of the FBA freedmen. How telling is it that we're getting the same treatment as we have with other legislators who don't share our skin? How does this free us? I guess the legislators would be unqualified to tell us, or they are purposely sabotaging our reparations because they do not have a bill that's worth a hill of beans. So there may be only 44 million of us, but we are 44 million who are used to fighting. And I don't mean to sound pejorative, but we are 44 million who don't run from a fight. Foundational Black American impact and influence, our presence over power is so effective in fighting that people immigrate here from all over the world to benefit from the fruits of and the gains of the civil rights that we fought and died for. Since this bill is already deader than a doornail, I come to speak before my neighbors. I come to serve you notice that when this bill dies, we, the FBA freedmen, will remain standing and fighting as we have for centuries on this land drenched in our blood. And in closing, include in your report that this bill is unconstitutional and illegal and isn't worth the paper it's written on, and you know it. Have a good day.
Thank you, Brooke. We appreciate your testimony. Next, we have Keisha Forrester.
Good evening to the commission. First, I'd like to conclude what Brooke said, that this bill is flawed. As a Black American descendant of slavery, we demand reparations in the form of substantial cash payments and full income tax exemption. Our ancestors, who were stolen from their homes, trafficked and exploited under the system of brutal forced labor, built the wealth of this state. Yet, we and our families have continued to suffer under generations of racial injustice, economic suppression, and government neglect. New York State's role in slavery was not incidental, it was foundational. Hence, foundational Black Americans deserve reparations. Before the Civil War and even after the abolition of slavery, of the transatlantic slave trade, in 1808, Black Americans were still kidnapped and sold in slavery through the reverse Underground Railroad. New York itself was the home to a thriving network of kidnappers who preyed on free Black people, forcing them into bondage in the South. This was not the work of a few criminals, but a system upheld by corrupt officials, law enforcement, and even the courts, all of them who turned a blind eye to the suffering of Black families torn apart. The New York kidnapping clubs, composed of police officers, judges, ensured Black people would never feel safe in a so-called free North. Wall Street itself, now a symbol of American wealth, was built on this trade of Black bodies. Enslaved Blacks were the first commodities bought and sold on the very heart of the New York financial district. This was not just Southern brutality. New York profited immensely from slavery, ensuring slave ships, financing plantations, and ensuring continued oppression of Black people long after slavery was legally abolished. The state government, its banks, and its business thrived on our suffering, and they owe a long overdue debt. Even after slavery officially ended, New York never made good on its promises to Black Americans. The New York Democratic Party has consistently failed us, offering empty pledges, symbolic justice, while doing little to repair the damage. Instead of justice, we face redlining, segregation, police brutality, and economic exclusion. The crack epidemic of the 80s, fueled by systemic neglect and targeted policies, devastated Black communities, while the government waged war on us instead of addressing the root causes. This is not an accident. It is a continuation of the same racist structures that have always sought to keep us oppressed. We are tired of waiting. We are tired of broken promises. New York history is one of active participation in Black suffering. You owe a debt, and we come to collect that debt. And if you think what happened to Kamala Harris' campaign was something, wait till we do with the rest of you.
Thank you, Keisha Forrester. We're grateful for your testimony. Next, we have Anita Jones, Antoine McDonald, and Marcus Williams. I thought I saw Marcus Williams here. Is Anita Jones here? Antoine McDonald, are you still here? And Marcus Williams. Okay. Next, we're going to move forward with the next three. We have Eldris Dolores Jackson, Ross Jomo, and Bro Rob Winstead. So is Eldris Dolores Jackson here?
Yes, Dolores Jackson Radney.
Of course, Dolores Jackson Radney. I'm sorry. I'm just reading what I have here.
I know, they put it in for me.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. Hi, Sean, everybody.
How you doing?
I like the mics. I'm just going to take it. There you go. Reparations. I wish, okay, reparations. Reparations would be so essential to the uplift of our entire country itself. When you do what is right, what is owed, what is supposed to be done, everyone will benefit. Yes, we do deserve reparations. At the end of American slavery, who got reparations? The slave owners got reparations. we are due no less for all the hundreds and hundreds of years. Universal education for all of us, college, post-college, any kind of education for all black people. Free or decent housing available to everyone. Health care. Racism takes 10 years off of our lives, so we need health care, universal health care. All of these are things that we should have unlimitedly. Housing, health care, education. And then, yes, cash, real money. Because that 40 acres and a mule, I was talking to some ladies back here who said the mule, we don't need the mule. We need the value of the mule. We need the value of 40 acres. We deserve it. We've fought for it, and we always fight for every single thing we've ever gotten in America. We stand up and we fight over and over and over again, and it's exhausting, and yet, because of our great spiritual power, we are still here. We deserve it all. If we don't get it all, we're all going to perish.
Thank you, Eldris Dolores Jackson Radney. We're grateful for your testimony. I just want to call one more time Anita Jones. Are you still here? Marcus Williams. Okay, we are grateful to have Raj Jomo here with us today. Raj Jomo.
All right. Yes, to the commission and to everybody, and even to our creator and all of our ancestors. I think that everybody hopefully is coming with the right spirit, even if we got different ideas, and I guess that's why we're having the listening sessions. But one of the things I could do, and don't take my time yet, I think that the commissioners should try to encourage all of their constituents, all of their voting armies, to ask our Assembly and our Senate to extend the time so that we can do things more thoroughly. We know that the time is not going to be enough, so please invite everybody while you have the listeners in Rochester, you have the assemblymen here, the senator representatives, but all over New York State, let us add that to the value of our voice. A couple things I just want to add and recommendations, and we will submit them. But just in listening to what happened here, I'm in Buffalo, New York, and all over, as is being spoken, one of the greatest things that has taken place is that the dividing of the people and their culture, because when you're not with your people, you can't fully practice your culture, because that's an interrelational thing. So all of these patterns that remove us from our communities and our cultures have had an effect that we might not be qualifying or quantifying, and I'll end off with that at the end of the communication. But segregating us also segregate our time and our talent and our resources, and it allowed for others to take advantage of those things not being interconnected. Our time, our talent, and our resources were left defenseless when we were separated. All right? The continued fight, or really a cultural war, it has taken place on our physical wealth, our mental health, and our spiritual self, which has not also been brought up. Like, what spiritually has happened to us since the onslaught of what Europeans done to our people, whether you were here already as Native, or whether you was brought over as Africans, or whether you came here alone and you still got ran over. Regardless of how or when you got here, they did it to all of us. So I don't want to argue about who was here first, second, third. Okay. The other aspect is Bob Marley has a song, Buffalo Soldier, and if you haven't listened to the first part, it says, "We were taken from Africa, brought to America, fighting on arrival, fighting for survival." So just as the foundational families spoke, and just as everyone spoke, our communities have never stopped fighting, and I don't want to really put all blame on laws and legislation, because if you're watching the 21st century, every time a law, a legislation, or even a good move is made, there's always a group of people trying to take it back, which is why the sister talked about protection. So we have to continually fight. It's not as though voting didn't help or the legislation didn't help. We have people that are always trying to fight a cultural, spiritual war against us. So being mindful of that, our mission is to prepare to repair, and repair also means restoration of our best selves to a BC status, and that's before captivity, because we base everything on what happened in America. What was made in America is not who they stole. All right, so we've been using a reference point that's off. So we'll talk a little bit more about it later, but I think that we should support our black media, our black newspaper, and our black press, because without them, we can't continue communication. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Brother Roz Jomo. I want to make room for, we're almost at the end of the list of names, so if you have not signed up yet, now is your opportunity. So next we have Brother Rob Winstead, Baba Ng, and Joyce Lucas are the next three.
Good evening, everyone. And thank you to the New York State Community Commissions on Reparation Remedies and all of our commissioners and everyone who really put this together. My name is Brother Rob Omo Batala, born and raised in the city of Yonkers and now reside in the city of Buffalo, and I'm glad to be here. This issue is a long-time issue, and I just want to give honor and respect to our ancestors, those who've fought a good fight, those who had struggled for freedom, for black freedom, for freedom before we got here and while we're here. We are the recipients. I am the recipient of that movement and that energy. And so reparations, I do recognize that the damages have occurred in my own family and in my own community. And I recognize that it's only a portion of repair that could be administered from the state. I just recognize that slavery was much more larger than just the state's involvement or the government's involvement. And so I just want to caution us, to remind us that we have a responsibility. We have a responsibility to fight for our own repair and freedom. Yes, the enslavers, well, let me say this. Also, that there's a thing of language of liberation. And we're hoping that as we re-educate ourselves about our position and our position in this society, that we recognize that we're not slaves, that we want to start to remove and peel that terminology background. We were people who were enslaved. Slavery is a system. And so we've heard other people come and say, those Africans who were enslaved. This is a part of the restorative language. Also, we want to caution you to look at that word, master. For an enslaved African, he is no master. He is a murderer. He is a killer. Do you understand that the language, as we change the language, we begin to see things for what they are? And so we're hoping that as we place education as a high priority of re-education and de-education to re-educate ourselves, that we begin to look at some of these terminologies. Then last but not least, the land question. And the land question always needs to be centered because the land is the basis of independence, so says Brother Malcolm. And so as we reconsider, we have to reconsider our relationship to the land. We have to restore the land and restore our relationship to the land, not to be exploitive, but to be cultivating of that land. If you notice that they say, we're tricked into thinking you are to exploit the resources instead of you are to use the resources wisely.
Thank
and
you,
equitably.
Brother
Thank you.
Winstead. We
Thank
are
you
grateful for you. And if you want to share more, please submit to the website or call in. While it's fresh on your mind, just go to the back and call in the number and finish it, please. We're grateful. Baba Ng, we would like to make time for you. We're down to our last four, and so let me just acknowledge that you all here in this room stayed to the end, and I'm grateful. Let's give yourselves a round of applause for staying. We're grateful for your commitment to this process. And so we have Joyce Lucas next, Keith Harris, and Lamar, the therapist.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'd first like to give thanks to God
the God who brought us all this far during our enslavement. Slavery has not ended. So I'm grateful to God, I'm grateful to our ancestors, I'm grateful to the commissioners for the work that you're doing. It's very necessary. We deserve reparations. My focus tonight, and I will submit documents and documentation to you at another time online, but my focus tonight is on how reparations will impact the destruction that mass incarceration has had on black communities throughout America. I believe, this is from my own research, that when the hoax of the Emancipation Proclamation was written, they immediately followed that with mass incarceration. The prison leasing, program was immediately instituted. Chains gangs were instituted. And over 1.5 million black and brown men, women, and children are imprisoned in America today. So mass incarceration is the extension of our enslavement, in my mind. And reparations needs to address that. I mean, we have all of the professionals, all of the experts necessary to make the decisions on how reparations money will be allocated. Yes, there should be paychecks in the hands of those descendants who show lineage to a person that was enslaved on a plantation here in America. But yes, also policies and programs and re-education, all of this has to be focused on by the commissioners, because black children, as Carter G. Woodson told us in The Miseducation of the Negro, have been programmed to hate themselves in the public education. Public education was created in America to maintain a servant class. That's not what we need. We need self-education. And there has been a focus by people in New York City, the Board of Education actually in New York City, to develop a black curriculum that they are hoping that black parents and black community organizations will take on, go online and get this black curriculum for black and brown children so that you can teach it to your children, because the Board of Education is not going to do it. They haven't done it this far, they're not going to do it. So we have to do it ourselves. And again, thank you very much for your work. I hope to be able to submit further comments online.
And if you can leave us that website for the curriculum, we would appreciate that if you want to provide that really quickly for us.
Yes, the website was developed by a panel out of New York City. The Chancellor of New York City Board of Education, Dr. I think Alvarez, maybe?
Okay.
Or Vasquez.
If you can find that and just,
I'll
you can
find
call the
that and
number
I'll
or you
put it
can
online.
submit. Yes, thank you.
Yes, I will.
We appreciate you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Baba Ing. We are grateful. Welcome.
Welcome, welcome. Well, again, my name is Keith Harris. I'm an artist, advocate, and educator in the community of Rochester. In regards to reparations, the question is, it definitely needs to happen, but why? All of the, and I will say that my mother and my father came from the South, from area Memphis and Mississippi. I was born and raised in the great state of New York, and I love New York, but there has to be changes. One of the key things is that the wealth of nations globally was built on slavery. The transatlantic slave trade impacted everything. That means that everybody got rich except those who dug the ditch, who built the Capitol, who built the White House. These are black people who dug up cities literally and figuratively by hand. The Manhattan was done when it was under the Dutch, when it was New Amsterdam. They dug up Manhattan. The cobblestone streets and all that is still there. All of the legacy is still there. The banks in America, if we go all the big banks, Chase, they can trace their roots back to slavery. The bill of sale, they were trading stock. The stock market was where they traded slaves. This is all, so all this began with slavery, and it built up the wealth of the world. So doing right, America can't go forward until they address the concerns of black people. They can't go forward until we get the debt that's owed. The reason being, look what happened during the Civil War. They tried to ignore it, said, no, we're going to keep them slaves. No, we're not going to. And it almost destroyed America. It brought America to its knees. They almost wiped us out. Look at, brother against brother over black people. America hasn't learned. You know, they say if you don't learn from history, you're doomed to repeat it. Then you go to the 60s with Dr. King and Malcolm and the Panthers and people marching. America was almost brought to its knees. And again, they were showed mercy because they said, hey, if you don't do right by black people, there will be consequences and actions. There will be consequences and repercussions. So now we're coming into the new age, and there has to be a change. Right now, black people are calling out all around the world. It's time to understand that black people have had enough. It is time. America can't move forward until they pay the debt. They did it with the Jews. The Jews, they gave them reparations, they gave them a country and everything. And then they said, oh, well, we don't know where you're going to put your country. They first went to Africa. They was going to put Israel in Africa. You people don't know this. But they said, okay, well, so this is what they can do. If they can do it for one group, they can do it for us. And now is the time for it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Joyce.
If you have further, I'm sorry, just 1 second. If you have further testimony, Keith Harris, I just want you to please submit that to the Reparations Commission at reparationsny.gov. So we thank you for your testimony. And next, if you can introduce yourself. Thank you.
I'm Joyce Lucas. I'm here on behalf of myself, a taxpayer, a citizen of this great city of Rochester for over 60 years. My grandfather came from Georgia for a better opportunity in a city of New York State where there was inadequate education, corrupt penal systems, economical redlining that demands reparations. Also, as far as urban renewal, I was here back then. As a previous residence 05, these areas where they want to fill in inner loops when people don't have homes is ridiculous. I would like to see those funds put back into the community, build up the Pepsi-Colas and the Coca-Colas and all these other businesses where we could become more self-sustainable. Our education systems, our correctional systems, all of those need to be revamped. We have money, the interloop could be refilled. However, that money could be better used in building up hope in the city. Give us some businesses where we could feel good about ourselves, where we could become self-sufficient ourselves. We don't have to depend on reparations. They're good to have, but let's build up our own selves, our own communities.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lucas. We are grateful for your testimony. We want to make room for the last person that we have signed up, if they are still here. Lamar, the therapist, are you still here? Thank you.
You can start my time.
All right.
Activism because the court system and the auction block. Bail reform got us torn, but don't turn back the clock. All the inmates black like the kettle, caught a pot. I've been on Rikers a whole lot. Correctional facilities, I was all up in them. Not an agent of, double agent in the system. Mr. Make a Difference, therapist meet, prison abolitionist, doing God work and God image. I'm really different. Really present, really gifted. I could part the Red Sea just to point out the division. And yet I chose raptivism because ain't no broken system. It don't lack. It was made to take in and subtract. Let my brothers out the box. Bring our girls back. How these vagrants stay complacent during terror attacks. Politicians and the police performing the acts. It is no reparations without a change to mass incarceration. It was convict leasing that came after slavery, and then they rebranded it into the new Jim Crow that is now, in today, mass incarceration. They provided us with a bail reform bill that we could argue about what's the right way to reduce violent crime in our communities, and yet the research shows that when you provide people with housing and jobs and education, not only does poverty go down, crime also goes down. We know the solutions, we are aware of the solutions, but we have to remember that this country was built on slavery, it was built on racism, and it was built on capitalism. This country has a Hippocrates foundation, lost and found, beast and own nation, media circus, circulation, cash cows cause, complacence, inflation, false profits, market manipulation, false idols, and philanthro-faking. In a second, we're gonna stop asking for reparations. In a second, we're gonna stop asking for reparations. Tupac said it better than I could. He said it's gonna be a point where the rich is gonna be so fat, they're gonna be so wealthy, they're gonna have so much money, they're gonna be so comfortable, and the poor are gonna be so downtrodden and so ragged and so hungry and so thirsty that they're not gonna have anything to eat but the rich. Tax the rich. Tax the rich. This state has so much wealth, and we know exactly where it lies at. 1%. 1%. Would you rather be fed or would you rather be on the plate? I know where I'm trying to be at. Would you rather be fed or would you rather be on the plate? I know where I'm trying to be at. Tax the rich. It's as simple as that.
That was Lamar, the therapist. So we want, first of all, we want to thank all of our audience members from Rochester that came out tonight to provide an incredible opportunity to lend their voice to the process. We are grateful. One more round of applause for you all. And thank you for staying with us the entire time. We want to just open the floor before we close to the commission for brief comments, if they have brief comments. Is there anyone that believed that they were signed up that did not get to speak? Oh, thank you. Any brief comments from the commissioners before we close tonight? Commissioner Daniels.
You must have saw me taking notes.
Yes, we did.
I wanted to get my thoughts together, and let me just say that to you, Madam Chair, and to the Rochester community, what an amazing, informative, inspiring, information-packed hearing. It was so, just so powerful. I just wanted to say that off the bat. And just quickly, just make a couple of comments. Number one, to the brother who's talked about education, he's correct. The New York Commissioner of Education can direct them towards I think it's the curriculum of inclusion. Dr. Shango Blake, you can Google Dr. Shango Blake. He is called a hip-hop principal. And it would be good. He can, you can find information about the curriculum from him. Also want to just indicate that on the funding question, there are states that are looking at funding reparations by way of tax on marijuana. That is exactly how the Evanston Reparation Initiative started. It's now being supplemented by additional funds, but it got started by a tax on legalized marijuana. Other thing, I just wanted to acknowledge the Sister of Native Ancestry and relationship to the 5 civilized tribes in Oklahoma, and that the injustices that have been done there and the lack of reparatory justice. But be aware that there are people who are looking at that, and there's some lawsuits being filed, but I know that we in the National African American Reparations Commission are looking at that as well. And just finally, I wanted to point out that unbeknownst to a lot of people in the transportation department under one of the bills passed by Biden, there was actually funding. There was a significant funding that was put in there to repair communities that have been displaced by urban renewal. And I think one of the announcements was made in Milwaukee, and I think there's a real case in, I think it may be in Minneapolis, Minnesota, where a whole community was just wiped out by a freeway, and they went in and invested significant dollars to rebuild those communities. So the whole idea of rebuilding these communities, as has been talked about, is not beyond the pale. And indeed, it was a part, though unfortunately in a stealth way, of one of the Biden bills that got passed. So again, congratulations to everyone in Rochester for just an amazing, powerful forum hearing that will drive our work forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Daniels. I'll make room for our Vice Chair, Commissioner Dr. Jenkins. Dr. Jenkins, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I'm so sorry. Yes, it was an excellent, excellent public hearing from the presentations by Dr. Felder and our history, and then the testimonies of the public who are rooted and have been rooted in Rochester for decades, and even the nation. And piggybacking off of what Dr. Daniels said to the sister whose roots go back to Alabama, she and I share that similar tale of for me, my great grandmother on my maternal paternal side was considered a full Native American, but of course, like she said about her relative, had to deny that part of her because of what transpired during the Trail of Tears in Alabama and other states. So this was really rich in terms of learning more about the atrocities visited upon us in yet another pocket of New York State, let alone the nation. And so while some may grow frustrated at the speed at which we're working, we are really in tune to what we're learning, and I look forward to the reports that will be gathered, the information that will be galvanized from all of these testimonies, because I want you all to know as the public that each and every one of your statements are valuable to the work that we have been charged with doing. And I am sure that my 8 colleagues and I will do our very best to present, each and every comment. Nothing will be ignored because we don't have the luxury to ignore anybody's testimony. And so I'm very grateful for the learning that was shared tonight and the learning that I received. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to make room for Commissioner Brown Robinson.
So yes, this was a phenomenal, I can't even, I don't even have words for what a packed informational session this was. And kudos to the Rochester community, where I lived for a short while. They were phenomenal. Thank you for turning out, community, and giving us some useful, impactful, and food for thought comments. And that we will try our best to do everything within our power. Thank you.
Thank you. Want to make room for Commissioner Tarrant Reed.
Thank you, Rochester. And I want to send greetings to Brother Bob Winstead, whom I've worked with down in Westchester County on a variety of African American history and culture projects. Every public hearing brings new information, new emphasis to the harms that have occurred because of enslavement, the institution. Redlining, which was ushered in by Robert Moses's fever dream to have highways go across America and erase the Black communities, destabilizing our communities and robbing us of Black wealth. This is a story that we are going to hear across New York State and across America. This is all incredibly valuable for us to be able to include in our report, to bear witness and gather evidence as to the harms that have occurred. So I thank you, Rochester. I thank you, Reparations Commission, for arranging this incredibly successful event. Thank you, Chair Hawkins. Thank you, Commissioner Hoth, for hosting in person.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Next, we'll have Commissioner Jones Austin.
Finding the unmute button. I have greatly appreciated all that I've heard this evening. And let me just say, including the challenges that were made to us as a commission, and in some instances, the centering on some of the legal issues that we have to be ever mindful of as we progress with this work. And so I, like my fellow commissioners, am deeply appreciative of the time we've had together this evening. And I think I can speak for our chair. She'll probably say it herself, but all of the points that have been made this evening will be taken into consideration. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. I'm honored to sit next to Commissioner Hogues this entire business meeting and public hearing, and I just want to thank you for your support and make room for you.
Yeah, once again, I just want to thank the community of Rochester for coming out and educating and being so passionate about this topic. And thank you. I took so many notes, and so thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, commissioners, for your partnership in this work. And we certainly have a lot of work to do, but this was an inspiring session today. So I want to thank my city that I call home, Rochester, New York, for showing up.
Commissioner,
And,
we forgot Lori Daniel Favors,
oh,
Commissioner.
yes. Okay, wait, before I give Rochester's accolades. Commissioner Loree Daniel Favors, are you there? We can't see you on the screen.
I will not stand between you and the accolades for the beautiful people of Rochester. This has been a very enlightening session, and I am just grateful for those who thought it not robbery to spend time informing us as to your vision for reparations and assessment as to the harm that's been caused.
Thank you. Now we see you. Now we see you, yes. And thank you all for just dealing with the technical difficulties. But let me go back to Rochester and just saying how proud I am to represent this city of Rochester, and how proud I am that you all showed up and came prepared to share, and especially having our government staff in the building with us to share our very thoughtful solutions for what could be, what could possibly be. So like my colleagues have shared, we are grateful for what we've heard and what we learned. We thank our presenters that all showed up. We're thankful that you all honored how we would communicate, and you did that. I also want to thank the commissionary for their food, their vendors. We had House of Wax with us. We had great food that was here. And I want to thank everyone who helped with putting this together. This was certainly a joint effort, and we're grateful for this. I'm grateful for this city of Rochester, and I'm honored that this commission would allow me to serve in this capacity as chair and trusting me with this great opportunity. So I want to thank you all for coming out tonight and being with us. We look forward to seeing you in April in the Bronx, in the Boogie Down Bronx, and we look forward to sharing. We heard your comments. We are working on getting those schedules up. It is certainly challenging making it all happen like we've done today. We've had 2 hearings within 2 2 weeks from each other, actually, and we're trying to push forward, and we thank you. I want to thank our executive director, Dr. McKinney Chisholm-Straker. Let's give her a round of applause. She's only been with us for a short time, and she has moved fast and forward, and so we're grateful for her leadership. Thank you to everyone for being here tonight, and thank you for all those that help. I see Stuart Mitchell is still here. Thank you, Stuart, for your support, and grateful for everyone. You can reach out to the commission at ny.gov/reparations, or you can call in, or you can email your testimony to the commission. This public hearing is now adjourned. Thank you for attending.